Someday to cheer me up. Gear me up for the race and wish good luck. Footprints in the snow left by small shoes. That was the last I'd see of you. Your fingers on the trigger. Won't you fool it? Your small heart vacation. Now it's just too quiet. I don't know the reason. No, you'll never buy it. It's hard to wait. Yeah, it's hard to wait. Next is my frustration. Why you're letting go? I hold you till it's over, so that you will know she feels no pain. Yeah, she feels no pain. Close your eyes and let it all go. I'll tell you when it's over and it's done. Just being here field of dreams, a mind of despair. It's not you, it's me. I try not to care. Strange form of a lamb next to your bed. Now final time, you're not in love. It's called a dreamy puppy dog, starry-eyed, frivolous, foolish crime. Keep your mind on scouts and books. Dirty looks get you no place fast with me. How many times do I have to tell you no boys in the pool? Listen to your wine, your dad had to walk 5 miles to a visitor school. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now you're gonna cry, but there will come a time when you're gonna think you poor old pal. Now mix me a drink and clean the kitchen sink and for God's sakes put on a bra. You're almost 14. Time for a talk of birds and bees. You should understand. You came out of your mother's body. We'll leave it at that. Don't listen to what those filthy public school boys say. How many times do I have to tell you no boys in the pool? Listen to your wine, your dad had to walk 5 miles to a visitor school. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now you're gonna cry, but there will come a time when you're gonna make it poor old Bob. So mix me a drink and clean the kitchen sink and for God's sakes put on a bra. You're almost 14. You are almost 14. You are almost 14. You are almost 14. You are almost 14 years old. Listen to your poor old boy. How many times do I got to tell you no boys in the pool? Listen to your wine, your dad had to walk 5 miles to a blizzard. A blizzard. Now you're gonna, then yeah, but you're gonna think you poor old pie. Mix me a drink, you clean the kitchen sink and for God's sakes put on a bra. You're almost 14. You are almost 14. You are almost 14. You are almost 14. You are almost 14 years old, young lady.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Lord, Devil, good to see you. Lurkers, good to have you. Regulars, soon coming in. Soon we'll say hi. Soon we'll party. Soon we'll dance with the devil naked in the pale moonlight. As we do every day that I stream, at least. And then I disappear off into the void. Only heard from on Twitter and TikTok. And the next day that I stream. Alright. I hope you guys are doing well. I missed a little bit of news by taking yesterday off. Do I have to be naked, being the devil and all? I think you can get a pass. If you're not comfortable with your naked body, I get it. I probably wouldn't do it naked either. And it got brighter in here since I adjusted the old brightness. So, just so I don't slowly wind up washed out, why don't we go ahead and do something about that? Oh my god. We're in a spoopy mood, aren't we? I didn't even think about that. I was just being my naturally weird human self. But sure. It is, after all, Devil's Night, which I think I almost need to take a poll. I asked about it on Discord, but maybe I should have asked on Twitter, because Twitter's a little bit more active. If you guys don't live in Michigan, what do you call October 30th? Because I saw a thing trying to say that only people in Michigan call it Devil's Night. Mischief Night? What? No. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I've heard Devil's Night referred to in like movies and shit. Like, because like that was like the second most common one, and it was like not by a close margin. Like they showed this like poll, and it was like the United States in like colors based on who calls it what, and like the majority of the country calls it Mischief Night, and I'm like, what the fuck is Mischief Night? Like I understand that you know, we do weird stuff like we call liquor stores party stores. That's where you buy the shit for your party at. I mean, that's clearly Michigan thing. I get that. I know that. I'm trying to think of some other ones that we do. Oh, we say pop instead of soda or Coke. Because when pranks happen, you're up to mischief. Oh, I guess we're just built differently, especially in Flint, because we also we more so deal with people lighting houses on fire. It's a thing. We're built a little differently. Disco Mom, good to see you. They came with receipts. Yeah, seriously. Like, let me see if I can find this. Flint, Devil's Night, arson.
I'm gonna play a song. I want you to dance to it, okay?
Just to give you an idea of how things are going in my neck of the woods. October 30th, 2021. Flint Fire and police respond to first fire of the night. Devil's Night brings single suspicious fire in Flint. October 31st, 2018. October 30th, 2019. Police neighborhood patrols on arson watch in Flint. Devil's Night puts Detroit and Flint on guard for arson. October 31st, 2001. October 28th, 2010. Flint preps for Devil's Night. Watch Flint firefighters battle Devil's Night blaze. October 31st, 2015. You guys get it? We burn people's houses down. Usually most of them are abandoned, and I can appreciate it when it's the abandoned ones. But like, because like they finally are someone's finally tearing down one of the dilapidated abandoned houses around the corner from me. Unfortunately, it's not the one that collapsed on my neighbor's kids' quads. So, you know. Greetings from South Boston. Hey, this fucking guy. Hey. Good to see you, Lenny. Welcome in. I'm trying to think if I want Glam to find this very, very Boston, it's very, very masshole fucking video. It was a video of Michael Rappaport witnessing two mooses fighting. And it is hilarious. It's the most Boston thing I've ever heard. Do you think you can find that real quick and send it to me? Just if it's quick, you know, if it's a big deal. Yeah, she's gonna send it to me. Finland is competing with the entire state of Florida as far as insanity goes. Always have been. Here's the thing. We've been there for a while. You notice those headlines go all the way back to 2001. Well, it goes before that too. Devil's Night has always been a thing. I could have swore that most of the country called it Devil's Night. And then like at one point in the late 90s, they tried to change it to Angel's Night. Because they are like, maybe this will discourage kids from wanting to go out and set things on fire or beat people up. And it was like, no. All it did was make people giggle, and now we look back upon it and go, that was stupid. Why'd they think that would work? Oh, where are you going to send it to me?
I sent it to your Discord.
Oh, Discord? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Prepare to hear the most masshole thing I've ever heard. It's pretty funny.
Holy fucking shit! Ma! Ma, come outside! There's a fucking moose! Or a buffalo or some shit they're fighting! Where the fuck are you going? Ma! Holy shit! This is some fucking National Geographic shit! Ma, call a fucking cops or the ASPCA! There's animals fighting in the front lawns! Oh shit!
Holy fucking shit. I love it. What's this though? Yeah, this is what I saw. This is what I saw. Oh. I thought it was most of the country called it Mischief Night. Apparently most of the country doesn't have a word for it. We're over here chilling in Michigan like, nah. This is a night where people set fires. It is not. Please never refer to me as that dankness. I have a thing with that. I have a thing. Something happens when you are in elementary school around the time that Mark Wahlberg decides to start rapping terribly, and you have the name Mark, and your undiagnosed neurodivergence causes you to be kind of someone who gets picked on, not to mention the fact that you are abnormally tall for your age. Therefore, you're just this giant, glaring, attention-seeking, like, pole in the middle of a bunch of mean-ass children. Yeah. Not you, the guy in the video. Oh, no. That was Michael Rappaport. Streamer has main character syndrome. I mean, in my stream, I am the main character. Am I not? It's not safe for the left of virtue signal anymore. I don't intend to have any yard signs or put bumper stickers on the car. I used to proudly display my support, but I'm afraid to now. The domestic terrorism is real. Yeah. Narcissist monkey, hush. Hush. I bet I could find it really quick. Just to show I'm not fucking crazy. That this is a thing. And also to show that Michigan TikTok is a thing. Let's see here. It was a couple nights ago. There we go.
And then you have Michigan, which calls it Devil's Night. That's kind of scary, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Only Michiganders call the night before Halloween Devil's Night?
And then you have Michigan, which calls it...
See? It's not a dispositive of evidence of craziness. That is true. What is my guitar choice? Well, I really like I have 2 of 3 of my favorite guitars to play. I used to have an SG, which is probably my favorite to play live. And the next really nice guitar that I'm going to purchase is going to be a Gibson faded SG with P90s. I've never been to Michigan. Call it Devil's Night. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. I know for a fact that I've heard more people than just people from Michigan refer to it as Devil's Night. But yeah, I like those guitars a lot. Probably the next one I'm going to buy is a cheaper one, you know, when I'm not like flat fucking broke. Is a I've talked about this before. I'm gonna be buying this like old Samet guitar because I used to own one and I wish I never got rid of it because it played really fucking good. And then there's my Schecter Tempest, which I am someone who absolutely loved the Tempest. First time I played it back in the early 2000s, and I kind of never got over. So eventually I got one. And after doing a pickup change and some work on it, I love that guitar. So I don't really have a favorite guitar. It depends on my mood and like what I'm using it for. Is the devil more active that day, or does the name have no practical reason for being called that? It just sounds spooky. I don't know the entire history behind it, but I think the idea is that the little devils come out. You know, I have a variety of Eastman guitars. Good bang for the buck. Yeah. This one's pure Fender. The bass is Jazz Bass Deluxe Fender. My Schecter, and then this is off-brand piece of shit guitar that I put 12 gauge on to beat up on and tune to extremely low. The nicest thing on it is it's got a hot rail, and I don't like hot rails, so soon as I can, I'm eating that fucking guitar. But yeah, less guitar talk because people tend to take off when I talk about guitar stuff. Because I don't understand how people call it gate night, goosey night, moving night, cabbage night, mat night. See, Devil's Night has its own thing too.
Can you say dude?
Anyways,
That's not a bubble.
yeah, they relate it directly to Detroit, I guess.
That's not a bubble.
Don't want to mess with cabbage night. Like, oh shit, it's cabbage night. Everyone's farts are gonna smell real bad. Yeah, watch out for that. Better stay home, it's cabbage night. It's gonna reek in every public restroom. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Cabbage sucks. Yeah, cabbage is lettuce gone bad. One of the worst leaf vegetables. I agree. Except for when you pickle it. Sauerkraut is the shit. Those are all flyover state names. Like people in Kansas probably call it cabbage night. Lots of cabbage people on the flatlands. Like Cabbage Patch people. Oh, I always look. It's in my Twitch profile. I'm a good take machine. Always. I've never had a trick-or-treater drop by in 33 years. That's so wild. Yeah, the new thing is trunk-or-treating too, and we took Eli to a couple of those yesterday. Got a little bit of candy. So, I mean, he's just hanging out. He's just hanging out. Hating cabbage is in your Twitch profile. No, why would I limit it just to cabbage? I hate a lot of things that are that people recognize as bad, or at least should. Like, step up your game if you don't recognize that cabbage is shit. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. All right, we're wasting enough time. I'm looking at you, Devil. It's your fault. All right. So we're gonna start off with some memes. Yeah. So you ever just do this?
Tell me you're drunk without telling me you're drunk. Tell me you're drunk without telling me.
You're just supposed to lick a little bit of the salt. You're just supposed to like, for those who don't drink, okay. The best way to do a tequila shot to where it tastes halfway decent and the flavor doesn't make you want to gag, you lick your hand, you go, and then you put a little salt on it. You lick the salt, do the shot, and then you put a lime in there. That's how you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to take a shot of salt and then shoot the tequila. Those people just want attention. I can't find the map with the other names, but some call it Bubbler. Wait, what? Cooler in Florida, for all I know. What are you referring to? Type how you call the office fresh water dispenser with a large plastic bottle. Oh, just the water dispenser. That's it. Or I think like water cooler is what we do in Flint, or what we do in Michigan, at least from what I know. I didn't know that people called it something different. I actually like tequila. I like the way it makes me feel. I don't like the taste, but I like the way it makes me feel. It makes me feel very warm and lovely. By the way, now that we're inching closer to my usual crowd, so we did wind up paying the bill the other day for electric bill, and big thanks to Lord for donating that money. But you know, we're still in need of cash, you know, for other things like gas and things like that. We borrowed some money from her brother to help us get by. And one of the things, if you've seen my TikTok, we wound up when we went out for the trunk or treat, I wound up stopping to grab something to drink, some caffeine to help us survive. And Eli, no, what are you doing? No. No. Why are you touching everything that you shouldn't? Anyways, he started pulling on the cord for the keyboard. I have an extra large, long cord because sometimes I play video games on the TV from the computer. Anyways. So yeah, we stopped and we got some caffeine to drink, and they had the new Christmas Mountain Dew flavor. Last year's was horrible. This one is not much better. It's like slightly better. They did a fruitcake flavored Mountain Dew, and you can hop over to TikTok to see me do that review. The more I drink it, the grosser it got. Anyways, yeah, but we're still trying to raise some money to help us survive, because we have no idea when we're going to hear anything about her short-term disability, and she's probably going to have to take more time off because of the hysterectomy she has to now get. But yeah, if you can help, please do. Be greatly appreciated. This money is going on for survival money. Life kind of sucks sometimes. Anyways, back to fun stuff. Let's check this out. You ever just Florida man the shit out of life? Crocodile comes running up to you and you smack it in the face with a frying pan. Linguistic conflicts. What's this? What do you call the miniature lobster that one finds in lakes and streams? Crawfish. Or crayfish. Yeah, crayfish. I can't see what color that is set up to. Caramel. Yeah, caramel. Caramel. I kind of use both interchangeably depending on what I'm talking about. I'm going to try to donate next month. We just had our food stamps taken away, sadly, but I hope you guys are doing well. Oh, be careful. That's why I always say, if you can't, no worries. Grocery store, you call them a shopping cart. Some people call them buggies in Michigan. Residents of the far north have an oddly Canadian way of pronouncing Ben. Ben. Yeah. How you been? Do you know what a bubbler is? That thing that like makes bubbles, like suds for like a bath. I've heard people in the South call them buggy, but I just call them carts. Yeah, it's a shopping cart. Get the cart. Like a smaller bong, right? For whatever reason, it's a Bowie knife in Texas and DC. It's Bowie. It's Bowie knife, right? What's this? It's a water fountain or a drinking fountain. You're wrong. You're just wrong. A water fountain is like the display things with the that you don't drink out of. A drinking fountain is something you drink out of. It's easy. You guys are wrong. Cran. It's cran. They're wrong. Michiganders call it cran. We say cran. We speak fast here. We don't have time for crayon. It's cran. Get some crayons in the dark color. I'm from Mass, and we always called it babla. Water fountain is what you drink out of. Stop lying. I can test that theory. What the fuck? No, that's not how that works. This is a water fountain. 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 This is a drinking fountain. See? Drinking fountain. Because you drink from it. It came up and it linked to drinking fountain. Okay? The South is the only place where you'll try to call your lawyer instead of lawyer. That's weird. Yeah, it's your lawyer. South is really into slaw. The North and the West call it coleslaw. Yeah, it's coleslaw. Well, yeah, but it's wrong. That's wrong. They're just trying to appease people who are wrong. This is the deepest and most obvious linguistic divide in America. It's also an example of how everyone in South Florida pronounces things in northern U.S. style. You guys, you, y'all, you all. Where's yins for our Pittsburgh people at? Carolina style for burgers and dogs here is chili, mustard, onion, and slaw. Yeah, they do that with fucking it's Carolina style pulled pork sandwiches have coleslaw on them. It's actually not bad. I wouldn't seek it out, but you know. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Right. Just wrong. I don't know what to tell you. Some of the deepest schisms in America are over the pronunciation of the second syllable of pajamas. Pajamas. Or jams. Oh, pajamas? Is that how somebody says it? Pajamas? It's pajamas. You guys, you're fucking this up. Pecan pie. Pecan. Hey, like, there's nothing more pompous than someone that says pecan. You're wrong, Devil. I don't know what to say. Pronounce PJs. Yeah, jams. It's funny because English isn't my first language, and apparently I saw a lot of shit wrong, and people tried to correct me, and I honestly can't tell the difference. Yeah, we're stupid. It's pop. Yeah, pop. I love how, like, literally no one says soft drink. Literally no one says soft drink. There's like little tiny areas where they say soft drink because they're heathens. But yeah, it's pop. Pop. Say it differently, you're wrong. And you're pompous. I don't know what to tell you. When I first moved to North Carolina, someone was saying pecan pie, and I had no idea what they were talking about. Is it pecan? How they were pronouncing it? Lots of people call all soda Coke. Yeah, it's kind of a southern thing. They have it there. They're wrong though, because that's just confusing. If I wanted a Coke, I'd say Coke. They have to say Coke flavored Coke. But that's stupid and wrong and dumb. And it's a brand monopolizing language. And that's dog shit. Pop is the guy who refuses to play catch with you and has to take 15 years so far to go buy cigarettes. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong to do that to your kid, and you're wrong about what it's called. Sorry, but English is a terrible language. It's just very inconsistent and confusing. Correct! That's why neurodivergent people have a problem. Okay, so here we go. It's a crayfish. They still cut it off. But I know it's crayfish here in Michigan. So are traffic circles. Yeah, and the only reason we call... Okay, so the only reason we call them traffic circles here in Michigan is because that's what they put on the sign. That's what Google Maps says. Like, I'm pretty cool with roundabout. Because I know it's like a European thing, and that's what they call them. So I always call them roundabout. But, like, they say traffic circle. And I hate it. Rotary and Mass. Crawdaddy. Hemslug. You're from the Midwest. You know damn well it's crayfish. Northeast Corridor puts syrup on their pancakes. Syrup. What? But why? Because why not? We call them gyrator crossroads. Oh yeah, here's Rotary up here in the Northeast. You weirdos. Roof? It's a roof. Who says rough? That's insane. Philadelphia is just making it up as it goes along. Sub, hoagie, hero. It's a sub. Submarine sandwich because it's shaped like a submarine. A hot dog is a submarine sandwich. What? Here's the water fountain. And the drinking fountain. Drinking fountain. Yeah. See? We're right. Right. Look, you're with all the heathens in the South. You should start voting Republican, is all I'm saying. The Northeast and South Florida puts on sneakers. Everyone else finds a pair of tennis shoes. We say both here. We say both. We say tennis shoes and sneakers. Well, no. Actually, tennis shoes are different from sneakers. Tennis shoes are like Converse All-Stars. And sneakers are like Nikes and stuff like that. No one wearing tennis shoes. Have you been to a punk show? To the steel-toed boots or tennis shoes? You know, Converse All-Stars. I've only seen one traffic circle that still existed, and it felt mad dangerous. Just lots of cars changing lanes in a tight area. We have a bunch of them now in Michigan. They're actually way safer than four-way stops, which four-way stops fucking suck. West Coast is really into their freeways. The freeway and the highway are two different things. Freeway has limited access, no stoplights, no intersections, whereas a highway can have stoplights and intersections. No, it's the other way around. A freeway is where there could be lights and stuff. Highway is where you don't stop. Although we do have streets like that, like in Michigan, in Flint specifically, we have Dort Highway. Well, Telegraph Road is a freeway. Telegraph Road is a freeway. IMHO. Every highway has the before it in SoCal. The 5, the 405, the 163. Yeah, we just say the numbers. Yeah, you hop on 475, you know, and take that to 69 to 96. I just took you to the far end of Lansing. How about that? That's interstates. No, you're wrong. Seriously, Alabama and Mississippi. This here. No term or expression for this. Sun shower? What do you call it when rain falls while the sun is shining? People have a term for that? One of the terms is the devil is beating his wife. What? Who the fuck says that? Find green. Of course. Of course. Deep in New Jersey. You would. You would. 69 Pond Town? Yeah. Exit 69 on I-75 is Big Beaver Road. Just saying. Most of America realize that New York really is the city. What is the city? It depends on where you are. It's Alabama and Louisiana. Oh, yeah. It's there too. But if you notice, Jersey does it too. I'm not shocked by that. The city depends on where you live. Going to town. Yeah, if you live in like a rural area, you go to town. Or you go to the city. Depending on like where you are and how close you are to like And like the city usually refers to like bigger cities. You know, Flint is the city in Genesee County. Detroit is the city. Ann Arbor is the city. Fucking Grand Rapids is the city. It just depends on where you are. In Minnesota, it's going to town or going to the Twin Cities. Yeah. We also say up north when we're talking about like going on vacation or something like that here in Michigan. You know, it's always you're going up north. You're always going up places for some reason. Yeah. I swung up to Detroit, and you're going south. We say we go up to Detroit all the time here in Flint, and we're north of Detroit. Like, fuck. Yeah, going up north is a constant thing around here. You going on vacation, you say you're going up north. I want to know if these questions were multiple choice. Good question. What do you call drive-through liquor stores? Never heard of such a thing. People have never heard of those. Shit, we got like 3 right around the corner from us. A DUI. We have these in my area, but we have no special term for them. Drive-through party store. Where's the party store? Fuck. Brew through. Of course, Virginia and is that Kentucky? That's Virginia. That's one of the Carolinas. What am I thinking? That's North Carolina. I'm an idiot. A drive-through is common in Ohio. Well, drive-throughs for food. Drive-through party store.
Eli.
Massachusetts, Long Island, and Jersey.
Eli.
Let's see here.
Eli.
How do you pronounce Mary? It's Mary.
Come here.
You getting into trouble again? Come here. Go to mama. Eli.
Give it here.
I think that's his toy from his
It's not. He's got the fun.
Oh. Come here. No.
Eli, no.
Come here. Bring it here. Eli, bring it here. Hey.
Eli. Give it here. My God, why the fuck is he like this?
Because he's a 2-year-old. And that's all of them.
Eli.
My sister's name is Mary, but I say Merry Christmas. Noticeable difference. We say both.
Eli, bring it
We
here.
say it the same way, both ways. My child is being obstinate, as always.
Bad, bad, bad.
He looked terribly happy. Yeah. It's because he knew he was in trouble. All right, let's go ahead and let's get to more stuff. Here's some radicalizing shit for you. I have to work an hour before I can afford to buy 3 of these. I make 3,000 of them every hour. Hey, bud. Let's have a chat. No, it's fine. I know they told you some really crazy stuff, but hear me out. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. All right. So, you may have noticed the second part of the title today is "We Are Not Okay." We in the United States are not doing well. If any of my worldly viewers are wondering, we are not good here. Like things are pretty fucked. I'm not just talking about me personally, which yeah, but you know, also the majority of the country is it's bad right now, and things appear to be getting worse. And the more people deny how, even after electing Joe Biden, fascism is still taking over. No, it's not a touch screen. Leave it alone. I'm glad it's not a touch screen. Anyways, yeah, it's getting harder and harder to deny. And this, of course, happened in Florida. Yeah, in Jacksonville. If that's too small for you to read, that is a someone with a spotlight banner going across this rather tall building saying, "Kanye is right about the Jews." Yeah. Well, on the plus side, at least Kanye isn't saying anything to further encourage anti-Semitism. Hey, what's this? Kanye West also told paparazzi that his mental health issues were misdiagnosed by a Jewish doctor that would have had me on medication. Because I didn't take the medication, I am able to speak to you guys clear of thought and transparently. I would definitely say you are clear of thought, sir. Not in the meaning that you have it. Wonder how he came to that idea. Yeah. It's not my place to have a conversation about how there's an issue with anti-Semitism in the black community. But yeah, that is the thing. Saying the quiet part out loud just doesn't apply anymore. There is no quiet part now. Nah. His new comment is interesting, comparing him getting dropped by Adidas and all that is like having a knee on his neck. Spoilers. Just gonna throw this out there that if you are still defending Kanye, we either need to have a talk or we never need to talk again. It's R. Kelly all over again. People were defending R. Kelly for the longest time, and it's like, do I need to do it? Do I need to do the thing? I'll do the thing. I'm gonna do the damn thing. Okay? Alright. Watch me. Boondocks. R. Kelly. Huey. Speech. Now just, instead of R. Kelly, put in Kanye.
Hey!
gets arrested is not Nelson Mandela? Yes, the government conspires to put a lot of innocent black men in jail on fallacious charges. But R. Kelly is not one of those men. We all know the nigga can sing. But what happened to standards? What happened to bare minimums? You a fan of R. Kelly? You want to help R. Kelly? Then get some counseling for R. Kelly. Introduce him to some older women. Hide his camcorder. But don't pretend like the man is a hero. And stop the damn dancing. Act like you got some goddamn sense, people. Damn. Don't play around here. But...
Hey, Enzo. Yes. If you actually care about R. Kelly and you want him to continue to make good music, encourage him to seek counseling. Stop buying his new records and being like, no, he'll be good again. Don't worry. He's building up to something, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what people don't do when they find out that John Lennon was a wife beater? They don't say, well, maybe she had it coming. Because if they did, that's widely recognized as a terrible thing to say. Eli, no!
What is he doing?
He's got his candy.
How did he get it?
I told you, you can reach up on the bar. No, you get out of there.
Well, give him a second or something. Where are your socks at?
Probably somewhere on the floor. Being a parent is fun. Anyways, he trying to compare himself to George Floyd. Yeah, of course he is. Tyler's like mini magicians. He's just getting tall. He can now reach, like the ledge of our bar that we have from our kitchen to our living room, and that's a problem. Can't wait for Kanye to get his Russian passport and hang out with Steven Seagal. Or North Korea, like Dennis Rodman. He needs some quiet time. Yes, he needs every studio in the country when he tries to record his record to be like, nah, man, you need help. You need help. Like, you're going down a dark path. Putin would ship him off to the war. Of course. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. Putin would be like, oh, you're rich? Okay. I don't know what accent that is. I make you part of the cabinet. Putin doesn't like POC. No, but do you know what he does like? Rich people. I mean, I think a lot of people really don't understand the actual political makeup of Russia. And there's a number of really great interviews that you can find discussing it. Kanye isn't rich anymore. Oh, he absolutely is. You kidding me? He is absolutely still rich. He may not be a billionaire anymore, but he is rich. But yeah, the political makeup of Russia is built on rich oligarchs basically controlling everything, and the person who is president at the time appeasing them. And currently, there's no one better at appeasing the rich oligarchs in Russia than Vladimir Putin, which is why it made it very easy for him to take over the entire country. His power is completely predicated on the whim of what the rich oligarchs in Russia want. Which they basically run cartels too. Like, his existence as a leader in Russia is tenuous and built upon the idea that so long as he's pleasing these oligarchs, it's fine. I wonder if Ye's new best bud, Tucker Carlson, is looking to have him back on soon. That didn't go well, did it? You know you're gonna get it sued over some of this. Maybe. Right now, if I was a member of the Floyd family, I'd be suing the fuck out of Kanye. Should. Actually, I don't know if they can, because it's not like he's not glorifying it and he's not lying about it. But him comparing himself to that is just stupid. And last time I checked, you can't sue somebody for being stupid alone. Otherwise, man, I'd be rolling in cash right now. He's a ghoul. He absolutely is. He is. So let's see what else he said here. In an impromptu press conference on Friday, in the wake of being dropped by Adidas, West tried to apologize for his past comments. When I see that video as a black person, it hurt my feelings, West said. And I know that police do attack and that America is generally racist. I understand when we got to say Black Lives Matter. The idea of it made us feel good together as a people. Now, afterwards, there was some things where the money went in order to push us to the Democratic vote. I can go ahead and tell you where it was the fact that the Democrats were the ones that weren't specifically pushing laws to target at black people as much as Republicans were. Republicans used things like the Southern strategy and quickly abandoned the North after the Civil Rights Act was passed and jumped to the South, because a lot of those Southern Democrats are now known as Republicans. Yeah. This is why whenever we get somebody, some chud in here talking about, using broad terms for what a Democrat is, I always laugh and say, hey, political parties do not have an ideology, but Republicans lean on conservatism more and are more tribal than Democrats. From playing a lot of online games with people from all over the world, and Putin is more popular than you think with the con man people of Russia and countries around Russia. I would say that's changed. That's assuming you have the money to sue and that you will win those cases. If it's a sure thing, any lawyer worth their salt will work out whatever they can pro bono to help. Leftist, communist, Democrats. Yep. Most of the Russians I've met online and IRL love Putin. I don't know why. See if that's still the case with them, forcing a draft on people. Common? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Con man people makes sense. Anyways, he continued. So when I questioned the death of George Floyd, it hurt my people. I want to apologize because God has showed me by what Adidas is doing, by what the media is doing. I know what it feels to have a knee on my neck right now. Okay.
You like guys?
So thank you, God, for humbling me and letting me know how it really felt. Because how could the richest black man ever be humbled other than to be made to not be a billionaire in front of everyone off a comment? Somehow he's a bigger asshole in his apology. Yeah, yeah. And I know what you're thinking. You know, he's a smart guy. He would recognize that, as shitty as that is, he at least knows that that's the point where you just stop talking. This is Kanye we're talking about. He continues. He didn't realize I could be anti-Semitic until I read a definition of anti-Semitism. I didn't realize it was anti-Semitic to say I have a Jewish attorney, I have a Jewish record label, I have a Jewish contractor. That isn't what you said, though. That isn't what you said. You said you were going to go a DEFCON 3 on the Jews. And then there was the thing about the Jewish doctor. And there were references to saying that, you know, someone is treating you badly because they're Jewish and things like that. These people will take like the more lukewarm take and be like, yeah, I didn't realize that was anti-Semitic. And like people are like, no, that isn't anti-Semitic. What you actually said was anti-Semitic. He also tried to claim to be Jewish even though he isn't. Oh yeah, that's just the Black Israelites talking points. Or rather, you tried to say all black people are Semites. Yep. The black Hebrew Israelite crap. Mm-hmm. It's like apologizing for calling someone a slur and ending it by saying, I know what it's like to be... Oh. And here's the thing. People have said that. You know they have.
Baby.
And again, at this point, any person with any sense and properly medicated would go, all right, I need to stop talking now. But this is Kanye we're talking about, so he continued. I'm being humbled by me being burned to the flesh every single day. That's actually proving what I have to say. He then once again equated the Holocaust to Planned Parenthood, saying the number of Jews killed in Nazi Germany paled in comparison to the number of black people killed by abortion. He also said his alleged mental health issues were misdiagnosed by a Jewish doctor that would have had me on medication right now. If I was on medication right now, then one pill could have been swapped out and it would have been Prince or Michael Jackson all over again. But because I didn't take the medication, I'm able to speak to you guys, clear of thought and transparently. Hey, bud. Normally the pills they put you on for bipolar are like lithium, Topamax, things like that. They don't put you on fentanyl. Fentanyl is a painkiller. Fentanyl is an opiate. They don't put you on opiates for your mental health. They put you on opiates for pain. And fentanyl is what Prince and Michael Jackson overdosed on. What? Propofol? Lamb 7 is propofol. But that's still an opioid, right? Yeah. I thought it was fentanyl. Propofol, fentanyl. It's just different different modes and different like combinations of things. Hey Doc, I'm feeling a bit down again. Can I get a pound of fentanyl? Yeah. Hey Gritty, good to see you.
You should tell them about the ketamine IVs. To treat bipolar or to treat treatment-resistant depression.
Yeah, that's ridiculous too. So, Glam got an ad on Facebook the other day, trying to recommend that was it Facebook or TikTok? Facebook. Trying to sell her on a treatment for bipolar, which was ketamine.
You took this apart, Eli? I don't think it's supposed to come apart.
Yeah, no, it's not. Wow.
Well, give it here. It's going in the trash, though.
So, my son is too strong. He just ripped apart a wood toy. How about not Jesus? Yeah. Is ketamine approved for bipolar? No.
It's for treatment-resistant depression.
It was for treatment-resistant depression. I feel like this is an off-label use that I don't know how effective it is. I need to look it up to see if there's any truth to it, but I was just like, yeah, no, you're not doing that. Not that she was interested, but, just in case, like, that thought hits her brain. Can't go off the rails when in a K-hole. Yeah. If you're asleep all the time, you can't go in a manic state. If you're dying from an overdose, you can't have a manic state. It's not how that works. My wife just started ketamine treatment for depression. I thought ketamine treatment were still in trials. Really? Portside says his wife is doing that.
Oh, maybe I should do it.
Let us know how it goes. She's trying lithium right now for her bipolar, and we're not to the therapeutic effects yet. Takes like 3 weeks or something like that. But yeah, keep us posted on that. Yeah, Eli Strong, Eli Crush, Eli Smash. He's big for his age, so I'm saying. She got an intramuscular shot and can't remember the next hour or so. That doesn't sound good. Tot Hulk. Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, I mean, it's just Kanye. We know what to expect from Kanye. It's going to be some bullshit. It's going to be pro-Trump shit. He's going to say some absolute stupid shit that's going to throw black people under the bus. We've come to expect it at this point. Like, it's barely news at this point. Oh shit, Kanye said something stupid.
I'm gonna throw this away.
It's not like it's having any sort of effect on the rest of the United States or anything.
No. Get out of here. No. Fuck you.
They're just doing it in the open now. Man, I remember years ago when I was told repeatedly that I just call everyone Nazis. Anyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi. Oh, there's nobody publicly being anti-Semitic. What are you talking about? Oh, no one actually listens to Richard Spencer. And also, why did you punch him in the face? Why would you do that? That makes him sympathetic. It didn't. People still were like, yeah, fuck that guy. Like, the only people who were like, you know, oh damn, I feel sympathy for Richard Spencer for getting punched in the face back in the day were people who already agreed with Richard Spencer. So now we're just doing this. You know, oh what? It's just a Halloween costume, guys. What do you mean? No, I just thought it would be a cool costume. So I was watching this TikTok about someone going into an Ace Hardware store, and well, she encountered someone who worked there wearing a Nazi eagle hat. She reported him to like the higher ups. Yeah, they're just being open about it now. Like. This is what I mean by we are not okay in this country. We are not okay. Things are not going good. I've said it once. I've said it a million times. You have to improve people's material conditions before people start just openly being Nazis. Because let's not forget what allowed for people to look at Hitler and go, that guy's onto something. Was it just, you know, hatred for Jews? Or did that come from somewhere? It came from somewhere. It came from somewhere. Economic conditions following World War I were terrible. People were struggling to survive. At the same time, people were pushing a culture war against what they would also call degeneracy. And they would blame people who had nothing to do with their situation for their situation. So, Eli, stop. No. So, communists, socialists, trans people, gay people, moving up the line, black people, Jewish people.
Eli, come here, baby.
Stop it. Stop. Do not touch my guitars. You're going to knock them over. Stop it. Stop it. You hear me? You hear me? Stop. Got to do that so that he knows that it's not a game. If we don't, he thinks it's funny. And it'll only temporarily stop him. Someone needs to tell Unelectable Airwaves that they forgot to end stream. I don't have their contact stuff. I don't know if I'm in the same Discords as them either. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to get a hold of him. I've done it just putting it here for the general like chat. Ah, okay. Where's the flying elbow guy when we need him? Yeah. And the best scenario and nearby a play about World War II is going on. Who wouldn't remove their coat? So this has to be intentional. Oh, it's absolutely intentional. He's probably a groiper. Considering how young he is, he's probably a groiper. Yeah, I don't know who Flying Elbow Guy is.
Don't go over there.
Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, we're
Eli, come here, baby.
We're in trouble.
You're a fucking idiot! Yeah, go ahead. Put me on YouTube, you fucking moron! You are an idiot. You can't drive. Find you up, man. Roll your window down so you can hear me, you fucking roll your window down, you idiot! Fucking nigger! I got your plate. I got your plate.
These the same white people that will tell you we live in a post-racial America. These the same white people that will tell you racism is an issue of the past. These the same white people that will tell you when black people talk about race, they just pull in the race card. These the same white people that will deny that black people still face daily discrimination here in America. That happened in Gastonia, North Carolina. For those of you who know my story, you know I grew up in a racist town in western North Carolina. That town, Gastonia. Where this video was filmed and my house are about 15 minutes apart. I saw that kind of shit happen when I was a kid in my hometown. And now in 2022, it's still happening. That's because white people deny racism exists. White people ignore the racism within our own home, our own family, our friends, our Facebook, our churches, our community. We ignore the racism that goes on within our community. We don't hold each other accountable and then act shocked when Uncle Bobby does what Uncle Bobby does on a motorcycle down Franklin Boulevard. White silence must end before white supremacy can. And for the asshole on the bike, meet the internet.
Yep. I always find it really interesting when like most of the time I hear people use the example for like your racist uncle. When they give him a name, it's always Uncle Bob. Now, as someone with an uncle named Bob, I can confirm that the racist uncle named Bob trope is true. But yeah, like I said, they're just doing it out in the open now. They don't care. They don't care that they're going to be on the internet. They don't care that it's going to be broadcast all over. They know that, you know, they'll call it cancel culture, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, I don't stand by everything that I said that day, but, it was really frustrating how they were driving, and, what they were doing was against the law, and they'll end up on Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson will sit there in front of the camera and just be like, now, we don't condone what language was used, but we need to ask ourselves, how was that lady driving? Was she driving dangerously? Did she make sure that she was properly signaling when she got over? Was she aware that this person on a motorcycle was there? We need to ask these questions to understand if his anger was justified. Obviously, we don't condone using the N-word, but what we do is we try to say, maybe there's another side to this story. And just humanizing the racists further. Remember, neo-Nazis have been interviewed about Tucker Carlson, and they say, He says exactly what we say, but just made for TV. What you should be worried about, yeah. My sister is trying to have a kid. Either that kid will call me Uncle Tom, which or the title of a John Candy movie. Gonna need a new nickname. My racist uncle's name is Alan. Interesting. When you try to call these assholes out, they go into trying to humiliate and discredit you. Yeah. I mean, I've listened to enough Tucker Carlson to know exactly what he does. It's made for TV white nationalist talking points. You know, say everything except the slurs, and then pose everything as a question. And if you pose it as a question, it leaves it up to interpretation, even though I'm leading you to the racist water to drink. And I'm asking you, are you thirsty? Well, we have this water right in front of us, don't we? Now, it'd be easiest for you to bend over and dip your hands in and start drinking the water. You're starved out here. You could go to the socialist water fountain, but no, I took you to the racist one, didn't I? Why did I do that? Rat Shapiro, yeah. And then we got Twitter. Elon taking over Twitter, and now it's just become... I just got real sad. I turned my head, and on the TV right now is Ricky Gervais. Now, I know what you're thinking. Yeah, fuck Ricky Gervais, but why is he on your TV? Apparently, at one point, he was on Sesame Street. Speaking of people who are cool with slurs... Nothing like Ricky Gervais currently hugging Grover. Ricky Gervais, who name searches himself so he can go after small accounts on Twitter. Guess how I know that? He's gone after me twice. Fun times. I remember the Daily Show and Colbert Report would air last night's reruns right when I got home from grade school, so political domination of news and entertainment has been aimed towards kids in the U.S. for years. Yeah.
Don't tickle my feet.
Going to respectively not call that sack of shit a rat, please. Good. Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe I didn't even think of that. Good call, Lord. No, Krail. It's we talked about you know, World War II earlier. One of the things they said about the Jews, that they were vermin and rats, and Ben Shapiro is Jewish. Like, it's one of those things that's like I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, sort of like but Ben is a Jewish Nazi. That may be true. But much like you don't misgender Caitlyn Jenner, even though she fucking sucks and is an anti-trans, she's a transphobic trans person, you don't misgender her either. So we don't play into those sort of things. Yeah. Just a good point to be careful on, you know. Anyways, so we know Twitter currently currently became Slur Central. Now, I've managed to be able to avoid it. Of course, I've also been too busy feeling like my life is falling apart to get on Twitter all that much. But I've seen the screenshots, and it was only inevitable that an advertiser, because remember, this is what we've been saying for a while, that if you try to make Twitter this supposed free speech haven, which means white people get to say slurs and drive marginalized people off the platform, free speech, then advertisers would also leave because they don't want to be attached to that. Enter General Motors. GM temporarily suspends advertising on Twitter following Elon Musk takeover. I heard Elon is going to unban Trump on Monday, fitting since the horror show on Twitter will begin on Halloween. Yeah. Open the gates of hell. Yeah. I guess maybe he is going to destroy Twitter. So, anyways, General Motors suspending its advertising on Twitter following Elon Musk's takeover of the social media platform, the company told CNBC on Friday. The Detroit automaker, a rival to Musk-led electric vehicle maker Tesla, said it is pausing advertising as it evaluates Twitter's new direction. It will continue to use the platform to interact with customers, but not pay for advertising. We are engaging with Twitter to understand the direction of the platform under their new ownership. As is normal course of business, with a significant change in a media platform, we have temporarily paused our paid advertising. Our customer care interactions on Twitter will continue. Under CEO Mary Barra, the Detroit company was among the first automakers to announce billions of dollars in spending to better compete against Tesla in the battery electric vehicle segment. Spokesperson for Ford Motor, another Tesla rival, told CNBC that the automaker is not currently advertising on Twitter and had not been doing so prior to Elon Musk's take private deal. They added, "We will continue to evaluate the direction of the platform under the new ownership." However, when presented with a screenshot of a promoted tweet from Ford CEO Jim Farley, the spokesperson could not confirm when was the last time Ford or its collaborators may have paid for ads, including promoted tweets on the platform. Ford is continuing to engage with its customers on Twitter. Other auto companies, including Stellantis and Alphabet, owned Waymo, did not immediately respond to requests for comment on whether they plan to suspend advertising or discontinue using the social media platform in the wake of Musk's $44 billion buyout of Twitter. Electric truck maker Nikola said it had no plans to change anything regarding the platform. Rivian declined to comment. Honestly, I'm excited for Trump to be back on Twitter. Like, I said something about this the other day. Now, I honestly do not think that Elon's going to wind up unbanning him. I've been wrong before. Hey, I was wrong about him buying Twitter. Of course, they had to twist his fucking arm in order to do it. And I welcome being wrong. But, yeah. I don't think he's coming back. But the upside to Donald Trump coming back on Twitter is how unintentionally hilarious he is. Like, Donald Trump is incredibly stupid and doesn't know when to stop talking, like, ever. He just goes. And if people didn't take him seriously, if what he said didn't, cause him to go on to be president, or, you know, someone who can make laws at all. If it was just him being a jackass on the internet, I would say bring him back. But he's got a fucking cult behind him. And that cult still largely exists a lot more on Twitter than they ever have on Truth, on Parler, on Gab. Like, their existence on there is very tenuous. But on Twitter, oh, they're still there. They are still there because they know that's the best place to get your message out. Donald Trump is only funny like Chris Elliott is funny from pure stupidity. Two-party system is a fundamental part of the checks and balances that U.S. is based on, and there is no two-party system with Trump around, Republican or Democrat. We need Trump to leave the spotlight, in my opinion. And he never will. He never will. He'll die. And they'll venerate him just like fucking Ronnie Reagan. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. But to the extent that we have a two-party system currently, like, it's debatable. You know, we really just got, you know, far-right fascist conservatives and conservative light. And then also socialists will begrudgingly vote for me with the Democrats. So, yeah. Trump is not the problem. And that's something a lot of people need to realize. Trump is not the problem with the Republican Party. Trump is one in a long line of pushes for the past 50 years by the Republican Party to be more and more right-wing. Starting all the way back with Reagan. Like, I've talked about this before. I even have a TikTok about it. Here's how it goes. Here's the Republican Party for the past 50 years. They start out with a fringe person, and the mainstream of the party rejects them. And they say, no, we do not support them. And then they see their voters support that person. And they go, okay, well, all right, we're going to throw all our support behind this person who is a part of the fringe. But, you know, we'll talk down, we'll hold him accountable when he does things we don't like. And then they don't do that. And then the few people within the party that do criticize them and say, this isn't what the party that I remember, this isn't who we're supposed to be, they get driven out and replaced with people who used to be a part of the fringe, and then they become the mainstream Republican Party. Richard Nixon was a far-right fringe character in the Republican Party. Ronald Reagan was a far-right fringe character in the Republican Party. George H.W. Bush was actually a more moderating force at that point, but he was still a part of the Reagan administration, and therefore, you guessed it, he became mainstreamed, but he was originally a far-right fringe part of the party. George W. Bush, Newt Gingrich, Denny Hastert, John Boehner, Paul Ryan, Louis Gohmert, the Tea Party, post 9/11 Republican neocons, all the way up to Donald Trump. The fringe takes over the party every single time because they keep moving to the right. They have no interest in moving left ever. And because Democrats are too afraid to appear too left-wing, they follow them. And the rhinos, as Trumpies like to call them, go to the neoliberal side. But the thing is, they're still conservatives. They were still fringe people of the party. Think about the people that the Democrats are currently venerating. Remember the list of people that I talked about. I said George W. Bush was a fringe member of the party. He was. He was. They thought he was too evangelical to get elected. That he was too stupid. And when he was in office until 9/11 happened, it looked like he was going to be a really ineffective president. Looked like he was going to be an absolute dog shit president and not get anything done. Then 9/11 happened. All of a sudden, he became the mainstream. Because we needed somebody to stand up and fight for us. Patriots, America, rah, rah, rah. Rhino has been around since Newt in the 90s. Yeah. I think it came from Limbaugh. Limbaugh used to be a fucking fringe part of the party. Then he became their brain. He became their propaganda machine. Then Fox News. Fox News was something that was originally proposed as something that would have helped out Richard Nixon back in the day by, you guessed it, Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon would not have had to resign if Fox News existed when he was alive. Well, like I said, look at the names that Democrats are venerating now. George W. Bush, Liz Cheney. Oh, you know, only George W. Bush's vice president's daughter. And also a lady who previously disowned her own sister in order to get elected because she was a lesbian. So that she could run against, you guessed it, gay marriage. But remember, she's the hope that the Democrats need. By the way, is she still for gay marriage? Is she for gay marriage now? She'd repeal it in a second if the vote came to her. Eli, go play with mommy. She's bored. I'll play with you later.
Come here, Eli.
But yeah, essentially what Republicans have always been doing,
Come here.
they're like a dog chasing their tail.
Come here, bud.
You know, you ever see a dog out in the yard chase his tail really fast? They don't sit in one spot and just spin in a circle. They go off in a direction. Because let's think about it. The fringe runs. The mainstream rejects them. The voters love the fringe. The fringe becomes the mainstream. The other fringe runs. The mainstream rejects them. The voters love, go against the mainstream and like the fringe. Always. It's a twister to the right. So that's why I describe Trump is not the problem. The problem is the constant push to the right. And we do not have any mainstream political actors willing to call it out. I mean, we're about to talk about it. We're about to talk about it. But Nancy Pelosi previously saying she thinks that we need a strong Republican Party. Hey, Sean, good to see you. The two-party system is also part of the problem. But it's not inherently just the two-party system. It's how the two-party system exists and how they're run. And who runs them. Ranked choice voting wouldn't fix all the problems. It wouldn't. It would help. Sure. Yeah, post it. Well, like, Nancy Pelosi talking about we need a strong Republican Party and not a cult. Except for the cults always existed. And guess what happened? You normalized the mainstream that created the cult and is now having some buyer's remorse. And the party got more extreme every single time. You think they're going to change back when they keep winning elections that way? And you keep losing? The key to winning these elections against Republicans isn't to try to be the lukewarm version of them, but to be another option opposed to them. It's strength. People respect strength. They respect conviction. And what you're saying, believing in the policies that you push. You know, you got your strong Republican Party there. And that strong Republican Party encouraged somebody to show up to your house and try to beat the shit out of your husband with a hammer. The fringe is always going to be the previous fringe. Or the mainstream is always going to be the previous fringe actor. The Tea Party was the fringe. Now the Tea Party are people like Liz Cheney. If we had many parties ranked choice and no electoral college, Trump would never have won the first time. This is true. This is true. But we'd still have the issue of what would those parties look like? Because Democrats are receiving the same money from the same people as Republicans are. They have vested interest to keep certain things continuing to run as they were. They have the same donors. Ranked choice doesn't fix that. Needs to be a lot of changes. And eventually leading to, well, the forward party. Yeah, okay. Eventually we need to lead to, well, it seems like there's a huge problem with people doing a lot of things for profit and not really recognizing people are involved in this. I wonder if there's a system that encourages this endless pursuit of endless growth and profit. And it only benefiting a small portion of people over basically leaving the rest of the country or world completely destitute or enslaved. Finding ways to skirt around laws to exploit more and more people for cheaper and cheaper labor. I wonder if there's a system that actively encourages that, and pretending like it doesn't do that is a mistake. Stop. What did I tell you? You're smiling. You shouldn't be smiling because you're in trouble again. Yep, you starting to realize it? Stop touching my guitars. Stop it. Okay? Okay. I'm gonna let go, but you gotta stop pulling. I never squeeze. Never squeeze.
Eli.
Eli, I swear. What did I tell you? You gotta stop. It's not funny. It's not a joke. See? When you do that, you can't move. I make it so you can't go anywhere. Mm-hmm. Are you gonna stop touching my guitars? You gonna stop thinking it's funny? Stop thinking that Daddy's joking about that? When Daddy tells you to stop doing something, he means it. You gonna stop doing it? Leave my guitars alone. Did Eli run into your chair? No. He was messing with my guitars. He's knocked those over far too many times. Yeah, that'd be a good thing to know if you're being serious, Corwin, because yeah, no, the forward party is a joke. Forward party is an absolute joke. Didn't map that. How do you like that strong Republican Party, Nancy? Yeah. Yeah. There's little to oppose when both parties are dominated by neoliberal politics and neoconservative foreign policy. Yeah. Encouraged by what? Encouraged by what? A lot of y'all know what I'm saying. Some of y'all are like, I don't know. A system that encourages endless growth and pursuit of profit over people. What is that system? Is it communism? No, it's not. Exactly. It's capitalism. Doesn't encourage, requires. Good point. Good point. Encourages and requires. Nope. Got another porn bot. Hang on. Let me take care of that in the YouTube chat. Report pornographic material. Okay, and finally we go hide this user from the channel. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. It requires growth and profit even when there is nothing to sell, hence crypto and NFTs. Yep. Everything about the I'll add Kappa after something if I'm joking. Yeah, some more news went into a deep dive of it. You're being very Warmbo. You're being Warmbo. Did you see 150 plus people were killed in Seoul during a Halloween stampede? I did not. It's hard enough for me to pay attention to domestic news to get into foreign news, you know what I mean? Anyways, Sean linked us this.
November 9th. That's when the Supreme Court is hearing arguments on the Indian Child Welfare Act. November 9th. Those of you who have been following the U.S. Indian boarding school investigations with me understand why it is so important that we defend ICWA. The boarding school investigations are part of this overall bill, H.R. 5444, which aims to address some of these issues. But if we lose ICWA, we lose a lot of ground on tribal sovereignty. There are also big oil interests involved with the case. There are so many reasons why we need to defend ICWA. A few weeks ago, a swarm of amicus briefs were filed in support of upholding ICWA. Multiple law groups, child welfare groups, along with over 20 attorney generals, are all putting pressure on the Supreme Court to uphold ICWA. November 9th.
Good thing for us to pay attention to. Hoping to remember it.
November 9th.
I know my brain, so may need to remind me. There's been a lot going on. Stacking apes to the moon, yeah. What is ICWA? She said it. It's the American Indian here.
That's when the Supreme Court is hearing arguments on the Indian Child Welfare Act. November 9th.
Indian Child Welfare Act. The program that ensures American Indian children are placed with other indigenous families to keep them within their culture and on their lands. We natives need ICWA. Yeah. I don't really know what all anybody could do either. I mean, shit. Fucking Roe v. Wade got overturned even with all the protests. And doesn't look like it's coming back. So, for orphans? Yeah. I believe that's what it is. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's necessary. It shouldn't be necessary, but due to some actions by some people who have power, yeah. There are 10,000 people in the streets to celebrate Halloween for the first time since COVID hit. People got trampled. Oh, God. Good Lord. All right. Speaking of election, let's see some electioneering. Hey, look, here's this former president trying to encourage the vote. Let's see how he does it.
Some of you here are on Social Security. Some of you here are on Social Security. Some of your parents are on Social Security. Some of your grandparents are on Social Security. You know why they have Social Security? Because they worked for it. They worked hard jobs for it. They have chapped hands for it. They had long hours and sore backs and bad knees to get that Social Security. And if Ron Johnson does not understand that, if he understands giving tax breaks for private planes more than he understands making sure that seniors who've worked all their lives are able to retire with dignity and respect, he's not the person who's thinking about you and knows you and sees you, and he should not be your senator from Wisconsin. I mean, the message he's sending is pretty clear. If you're related to him, if you donate to his campaign, you get a deal. If you're not, you're out of luck and you're on your own.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. We got another clip. Let's see if he continues that energy. This is in Georgia. Like, let's see if he continues to make pretty okay points. Ron Johnson is one of the people that want to eliminate Social Security altogether, right? Meaning he's a Republican? Yes. Yes. Of course. Anyways, let's see if Obama keeps that energy.
So if you're scared, don't put your head under the covers. So if you're scared, don't put your head under the covers. If you're anxious, don't put your head in the sand.
Uh-huh.
If you're frustrated right now, don't complain, don't tune out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You mean like pointing out that Biden has actually not fought for the policies that are popular in this country, or even put up he put up like maybe like 10 of his proposed bills and hasn't really fought hard for them. Just went ahead and went like, there's people that are fighting against it, and like ignoring saying that it's specifically Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. Yeah, shouldn't complain about that. Shouldn't complain about that. Don't like where this is going. Obama was a great speaker and in retrospect a pretty decent president. He's by far my favorite war criminal. He as far as being a president goes, this is an opinion that people don't like when I say it. Think about what makes someone an effective president. Obama was not an effective president. Bill Clinton was the most effective president among Democrats in our lifetime. He passed a lot more. He was better rhetorically. He was a far better politician and president than Barack Obama. Bill was very effective at cutting social programs. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A few people actually wanted to work with Obama. Yeah. I just want 20 minutes of this. If you're anxious, don't hide in the bathroom stall. If you're worried, don't avoid phone calls. If you're upset, don't hide under the blankets. I mean, the thing is, then he moved to don't complain. And it gets worse.
Don't get bamboozled and fall for the okie doke that nothing that you say matters. I need you to get off your couch and vote. Put down your phone and give TikTok a rest and vote. Vote for this whole incredible Georgia Democratic ticket. Then help your friends and family members, your neighbors and your co-workers do the same. Because
get off of TikTok, he says. Yeah. The condescension. We should have known where this was going when he said, don't complain. Don't complain. Like, I understand saying the rest of the stuff. I understand that. Yeah, get off your ass and do something. What are you doing? What do you have? Oh. Your shirt tag. Eli, no. You know better. No. Hey. No. No. Leave it alone. Hey, come here. Come here. Play over here. Don't play with the bookshelf. No. Don't play with the bookshelf. Make it so I can vote on my phone, Obama. Yeah. That would be nice. Yeah, we need a lot more than voting. Absolutely true. Like, that's one of the things that really sucks about Obama. He'll be on a roll campaigning, and he'll say a lot of the right things, but then he'll throw in these things that are just like, don't question Democratic leadership. Eli, no. Stop it. You know you're not supposed to mess with that stuff. Too bad. How is voting going to help when there are more and more restrictive anti-voting, anti-protest laws being put in place? Yeah. What about the squad? They're as effective as they can be. But there's only, what, like 12 of them? And they're all in the house? Play with your toys. Mm-hmm. This don't complain, stay off TikTok nonsense. It's not speaking to the kids. It's condescension. It's saying that you can't do things on social media and also be politically active, which we know that isn't true. Shit, it does not take long surfing around on TikTok to find people actively protesting, being politically active, speaking out for their politics. It does not take much. It will pop up on your algorithm very easily. Shit, that's most of the things on my TikTok. I want more funny stuff. Instead, I'm constantly being bombarded with stuff that speaks to my politics and reminds me that the world is garbage. My mom's like Obama, less talking gets more work done in that regard. Yeah. But the thing is, all Obama did was talk. No. You know you're not supposed to touch those. You better not. And I know that's why you're over here. No. 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 Go play with your toys. No. Not eating old food off the floor. But yeah. Like people say, Obama's a good public speaker. If you pay attention to what he says, there is so much condescension. I saw somebody make a really great point. During the entire Trump administration, the dude went on vacation only to come out a couple times to support Joe Biden, to tank Bernie Sanders' career, and also to end the NBA strike. Probably got nightmares from all the algorithm bombarding you with stupid political stuff, and you're just kind of numb. I skip past a lot of it if I'm not in the mood to deal with it. Like that's what I do. I have moods when I'm in for it. Usually when I want to make TikToks responding to some of the stuff I see. I have a couple that's getting around. Would you look at that? Text message I literally just now got. President Obama is urging Democrats to help get out the vote. If we don't hold the Senate, the GOP will pass their nightmare agenda. And like, I agree that we should vote, and I agree that we should quote unquote vote blue. I agree with all that. But like, having it coupled with don't complain, get off of TikTok, like, we're just completely incapable of differentiating between free time that can also be spent learning about news stories. Because hey Obama, there's a lot of TikTokers who deliver the news. Yeah, there's news stories on TikTok. Crazy, I know. You should listen to President Warmbo. Yeah. Like our free time, the very little bit of time that we have because we're not rich and we can't go on vacations because some president just kind of abandoned us after the housing crisis and was like, we're going to go ahead and we're going to help the banks. We don't want to be divisive. It's divisive to help poor people. We help the poor people, we might lose the Republicans. The fever will break soon. All this partisanship, they'll end it. Any day now. Any day now. And they never did. Like, people felt disaffected from Obama and the Democratic Party. It felt like there was nothing. Yeah, quit TikToking on my lawn. Yeah. We felt like there was no advancement because there literally wasn't. It was being cut away from us. We were working harder than anyone. We were more educated than any other generation. And then, who did you guys pick to throw all your votes behind? But nothing but the perfect example of exactly how we got to this point. Hillary Clinton. And then, oh, surprise Pikachu face, she lost. Not only did she lose, she lost to a crypto fascist. You created this environment where all we can do is complain about the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party doesn't do jack shit. It has no ideology. It has no policies. It's a collection of the most generic description of left you can find, to where you can even find conservative Democrats that are anti-abortion, and they're supported by the party over people who would actually fight for Roe v. Wade, and that's seen as fine and mainstream. Party doesn't have any positions, and they're the better option. When you're voting for the Democrat, you're voting against Republicans. You aren't voting for really anything. When you try to run some sort of progressive challenger, you're constantly fighting the party that's supposed to be on your side. Stop complaining. Stop complaining. You've given us nothing but shit to complain about, Barack. Give me a goddamn break. This from one of the people whose administration labeled people like me emo progs and the professional left. All because we had the gall to say, hey, you're not doing enough on housing because all you're doing is rewarding the banks. And you're doing very minor tweaks to the regulatory system and not doing what is actually needed. You're talking about too big to fail. We voted for you because you said you would do something about these banks. You ran as that progressive. And on top of that, you ran on universal health care. You didn't deliver on that either. Something that would have exponentially helped us. No public option. Nothing. Just a Medicaid expansion. Voluntarily. A voluntary Medicaid expansion. States can choose to opt in and opt out. Can't leave it up to the voters. Nope. And what wound up happening? Did we need to do any of those negotiations in order to pass it? No. We did this to please one or two senators when we had 60 senators. And even if you're like, oh, well, Al Franken wasn't in there till much later. true, we still had 10 months of a filibuster-proof Senate. And we got nothing done. You kept catering to Republicans, thinking that they were your buddies. We were telling you all along to stop that. And you didn't listen. 2010, they like to pretend like the president of the party in power losing control of the House or the Senate or both at once is just a foregone conclusion of having an elected official as president. Like the opposite party is just going to lose out. They pretend like that's the reality, but it's not. It's not how that works. It may be a thing that happens a lot, and it happens a lot because people get sick of just being told one thing and them doing the exact opposite and being like, I know how I ran. I know how I ran for president. I told you a lot of things. I told you that so you'd vote for me. Not because I was actually going to do them. I whisper sweet nothings in your ear, and then I cater to the right wing. That's how it works. I'll come out every couple of years, do the same thing. Tell you how we're going to get all this progressive policy passed that's universally recognized as a good thing. Has majority support. And then I'm not going to do it. Why? Because as my donors say, don't. Make a lot of campaign donations. Need to keep that money rolling in. I could do something about needing the campaign donations, but I'm not going to. Nope. Just gonna talk about how Republicans are both bad and good. The good ones are the good. The bad ones are the bad. And I'm gonna ignore how the good ones and the bad ones are not much different. Pushing for the same policy. This comes down to rhetoric. Like I said, if you look at Trump's policies that he got passed when he was in office, he wasn't some aberration of the fucking Republican Party. His policies were the Republican Party. It was all rhetoric. They didn't like his rhetoric. The mainstream of the party did not like his rhetoric, and that was it. If it wasn't for Trump's rhetoric, the ACA probably would have been repealed. John McCain would have voted with the party, the rest of the party. John McCain would have voted to repeal the ACA. Because if you look in the history of John McCain's politics are entirely guided by who pissed him off that day. Who am I angry at? Because John McCain was a petulant bitch. He was a petulant, dirty bitch. Always was. He died a petulant, dirty bitch, which is why his daughter is the way that she is. Because, you know, the apple don't fall far from the tree. I love John McCain. He was a respectful person, but that Meghan McCain, she's so disrespectful and so mean and has a short temper. I don't know where she got that from. She got it from John McCain. That's who John McCain always has been. I can't believe abortion is still a topic of debate. Why is it even a question what people do with their own body? You would think one of the few benefits of a capitalistic society is that we grasp the concept of ownership. Why would you think that? What about that actually suggests that would be true? Because private ownership under capitalism is for people who have capital. Not everyone. Chances are you don't own your home. Ah, geez, I got a mortgage. What are you talking about? No, the bank owns your home, and you're paying them off. Eventually, if you pay off that mortgage, you may own your home, but even then, you know what you're doing when that house is in your name? You're renting the land from the government. You don't own shit. You're not a capital owner. That's what they meant by private ownership. People with capital.
Stop stepping on me.
So no, it's not a shock at all. It's not a shock at all that people wouldn't understand that concept. John McCain or Skeletor was also venerated by the liberals. Yep, because he stood up to Trump. Like I said, and the reason he stood up to Trump, personal animosity. Trump was mean to him. So he was like, fuck this guy. At least I own my soul. Oh, wait, actually, yeah. I always dislike the idea that I must keep my sidewalk clean for public use, and even if it's perfect, when as a person falls, they can sue me. So it's like a part public, but I'm responsible. Yep. Yep. It's almost like private ownership is bullshit for the most part. Like I said, I've talked about this before. One of my misgivings with socialism and communism is how art is appreciated and distributed. Like I get that art would be more easily created because people would have a more stable living situation. But you know, how would art be rewarded, and how many people could copy your art? You know, your hard work. If it were to become popular. So, like, besides that, private ownership is completely bullshit. The sidewalks here in Albuquerque are pretty much falling apart, just like the roads that don't even get any attention because they're in the poorer side of town. Yep, that's true here too. You know, the majority of them are being overgrown, and the concrete's broken. Like in front of my house, it's fine because they've been worked on. This house isn't that old. But across the street, what sidewalk? Oh, it's there if you look hard. You know, all you gotta do is you gotta make sure that you're avoiding all the broken liquor bottles and, you know, stepping all over the bumps and where the concrete's cracked and grass is growing up and, you know. What? 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 You look like you have a goatee. No. No. You want me to hold you? Alright, well, you can't touch anything. Don't touch anything. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. But yeah, living in a poor city, I'll tell you. What sidewalks? When you're on the poorer part of an area, like, having good sidewalks is a luxury, and it is very limited. Having good streets, shit. The only reason we're able to tear up a large part of my area is because of, well, the federal government invested that money into infrastructure. Whoa. And we need constant road work here in Michigan because of the change from winter to summer. Really wreaks havoc on concrete. You get a lot of salt. We salt the roads in the winter, and that breaks apart the concrete. And then in the summer, the heat causes the concrete to expand, so you have this like shrinking and expanding constantly, and breaks down the concrete even more. Yeah. Well, welcome to Science Twitch for a moment. All right, let's hear more condescending bullshit from Obama though.
Enough of us. If enough of us make our voices heard, I promise you, things will get better. We will heal what ails us. We will restore
I agree with that.
our
I agree with that,
democracy.
Corwin.
We will build a country that is more fair and more just and more equal and more free. That's our task.
Hey, Barack, you didn't do any of that last time. Kind of slow rolled everything, and you kind of increased police presence in areas, and you kind of labeled the left as crazy. You did a lot of things to make sure that Bernie wouldn't get elected. You were the perfect example of the corruption that the left talks about, and that people have been disaffected by across the country, and why they don't vote, why they stay home, why voter participation is always low in this country in comparison to other countries. No. What I tell you, you can't touch anything. You're exactly the perfect example of the corruption that we were talking about. You whisper sweet nothings in our ear, then you're condescending when people don't go rah 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 behind you and talk about how you could have done so much more, and then just refused because you were too obsessed with keeping your golf game with Mitch McConnell on the weekends going, keeping John Boehner happy and Paul Ryan happy when they're never going to be happy with you. You'll be golfing with Mitch McConnell on a Saturday, and then by Monday or by one of the Sunday talk shows, he's calling you a socialist Hitler. That's why a lot of it now uses logos as patterns, because trademarks are enforceable. You know, there's no patent or copyright law for fashion. Now I see why that's a... I think there's some form of like copyright though, isn't there? Anyways, thanks, Barack. And I mean, let's be honest here. It's not like everything is going good on the left too. There's a lot of people who are thinking that they're on the left, but then they just happen to do nothing but push right-wing talking points. Here's case in point. Here's something that our good buddy Jesus. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Good buddy Kevin found.
I do love trash. I love fucking trash. Let me fucking tell you how much I love trash, you hang. Okay? We are trash communists. We are garbage communists. We're out here revealing the truth. We're revealing the truth. We are telling the truth. We are showing what the American imperialists are. Because that's what we are. We are the trash communists. We are the trash communists. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. We're Oscar communists. We are trash communists.
Oscar the Grouch.
That's what we are. That's what we fight for.
You fight for trash? I mean, I know Vladimir Putin is trash. That is true, yeah.
We fight to reveal the trash of the U.S. imperialists. We fight the trash of the British imperialists. We fight to reveal the trash of the Ukrainian Nazis. That's what we do. We are communists. We are trash communists. We are trash communists. We are trash communists. Hail Oscar.
I'm glad that got under your fucking skin. I'm glad that little drive got under you.
Embrace the trash communism. Join our side and be what you are meant to be. An Oscar garbage trash communist.
Is this who I think it is? I'm trying to figure out if I'm trying to remember his name, who that is. So I've had run-ins with him and I cannot stand that idiot. That's Yankee Tanky? It's not who I thought it was. Eli, stop. Stop. I'm gonna put you down. You keep grabbing at my head. I'm just glad I haven't heard of him. I haven't either. I haven't heard it either. God, who was it that I was on that panel with a while ago? And I was like, he was on my side about food stamps covering fast food. All right. I'm putting you down. Go to mommy. Anyways. God, what the hell was their name? I wonder if I can find it.
Come here.
Logic. Stamps.
Have you ever heard of
This fucking guy. What the fuck was his name? Charmhole. Charmhole. Yeah, that's who I thought it was. I thought it was fucking Charmhole. Like, Charmhole is fucking garbage. This is a garbage dude. Like, the dude appears on the left and then just says the craziest and stupidest shit. I think that was one of the last panels that I was on. And I haven't been on anything since. Did he craft himself a trash bag visual aid? No. He just thinks he can say the N-word. Yeah. Things like that. And he sucks so bad. Fucking Charmhole. Fuck that guy. Nothing's more charming than an asshole. Yeah. He's the fucking worst. I'm trying to remember some of the things that he's very conspiracy theorist, but he's not too far from being aligned with this guy. Let me put it that way. I'm a communist, but also woke stuff bothers me. Woke stuff. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of weird people portraying themselves on the left and not actually embracing any leftist politics, but being like, no, it's the other lefties that are wrong, because how dare they, be intersectional and recognize that countries like Russia and China can also be imperialist. God forbid we say that, because oh no, there are communist buddies, even though neither of those countries have been communist for a long fucking time. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Enzo. Anyways, more we are not okay shit. How's things going on with the whole Twitter thing? Let's see here. Here's Jessica Burbank welcoming Elon Musk as the new owner of Twitter.
He's just amazing. He's gonna bring humanity to Mars. You're not being serious, are you? This is a bit, right? What? He is a genius and a self-made billionaire. Oh, you might want to sit down for this. He started his first company with money from his dad and his rich friends. Well, he ran it well enough to make it huge. Not really. He sold it for $22 million to a larger company that was just trying to squash all competition, and then he got even more money.
Raising $50 million is a matter of making a series of phone calls.
He's still a genius. You'll never be able to take that away. His online banking startup had a security flaw that was so bad you could transfer funds from anyone else with just an account number. The board fired him because he was ruining the company financially, but he still made $180 million when it sold. He is the reason we can have a green future.
Well, I'd like to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. That'd be cool.
What he really wanted was fame. But he still founded Tesla. Tesla was founded by Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpennin. Who? Not Elon. He bought in. He became CEO in 2008, then started a media campaign to get loans and investments. Daimler said they would invest if he got a Department of Energy loan, so he lied and said he did. Then he applied for the Department of Energy loan and put Daimler's involvement on that application. He lied to get the loans? Yep, $451 million of government money, and now Tesla makes money in an interesting way. Selling carbon credits. Companies' carbon emissions are capped, and Tesla reduces emissions so they earn a lot of credits, and they sell them to the companies that go over. The few quarters that Tesla was profitable were mostly thanks to this. That just erases the progress. When Elon tweeted, "Funding secured, Tesla going private at $420, that was a lie, and it inflated the stock price of Tesla.
My cash balances are very, very low. I simply had loans against my stock, so if Tesla and SpaceX went bankrupt, I would go bankrupt too.
Now he's being sued for $248 billion for buying Dogecoin, then using his public presence to inflate the price and profit off of it. He says he's going to save the planet and save humanity while he exploits people and the system.
Correct.
He's just amazing.
Never forget, Elon Musk, bad person. Why was I not following this person? I am now. I fixed that.
Stop it.
Welcome to Twitter, bud.
Stop it.
So, see more of how it's going. Here's Moby. Apparently Moby used to be good friends with Elon Musk.
Stop it.
So he had this to say. Dear Elon Musk, as a former friend, may I suggest that dealing with climate change and protecting democracy might be a better use of time and money than giving racists and anti-Semites a social media platform. It's almost like he doesn't actually give a shit about any of the things that he says. He just wants to use it to become famous, to be seen as a good guy without doing any of the good guy things. I will eat a carbon credit on stream. You gonna buy it from Tesla? Anyways. Yeah. Making money right now would be great because we are fucking broke. Exclamation point dono or sub to the channel. Support the stream. If you like what I'm doing here, why not pass the money along? Because it's been a difficult month. I've run into a lot of mental health issues because our conditions are not good. I'll buy one off FC. Support small carbon credit artists. Yeah. Yeah. If you like what I'm doing, if it's your first time here or anything like that, and you got money burning a hole in your pocket, $4.99 buys you a sub to the channel, or you can donate to the channel via the donation link either in my bio or the one that just came up on the stream. Thanks to Lord. Donations help now, subs help later. I encourage both. Because and the main financier that I've had has been Lord Fortunes. Why don't you compete with him? Hey, how about that? Some healthy competition. Compete with him to be my personal financier. Because, man, we are so broke. And still waiting to hear about our temporary disability. Yeah. Hoping to hear something soon so that we can, pay our bills. Maybe get some groceries. Keep our kid fed. keep us fed, put gas in our car. All things that cost a fuck ton amount of money currently. And of course, if you are currently struggling, I encourage you not to do it. Do not put yourself in a worse financial situation on account of a streamer. But if you have it to spare, I'm busting my ass up here. Do you have a P.O. box? I do not. I do not. Those, I'm pretty sure those cost money. One of the many reasons I don't have one. Could have just been like, hey, that helped, thanks. But he had to pretend it was his idea. I don't know the YouTuber, but I just remember this guy interviewing Elon Musk about the rockets and pointing out a specific scientific improvement. And the next interview, Elon Musk said he had the idea while talking to him. Like by accident, Elon showed how he takes other ideas. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Completely garbage human being. It's no shock there. Like, he's just showing what he's always been. Do I need to play the TikTok I made about him? I will. I will play the TikTok I made about him. Let's do it. Got a lot of attention from it too. There's two actually. Here's the first one. Wait. We'll do the other one first. Sorry. This was one. There we go.
You cannot convince me that the richest people on this planet don't always act like such broke boys.
Oh, my sweet Bippy. It gets so much better than that. I love any time I get to talk shit about Elon Musk because fuck Elon Musk in every way, shape, and form. I could rant for hours and have on my stream about the shit that he did with my city of Flint, Michigan in order to scrub his image after he called a hero a pedophile. But that's not what this is about. Let's get into what this is about. So like most of the things that Musk does, it's a lie. Yes, we already caught him in the lie that he's spending all this money to provide Starlink, when in reality, 85% of it is being paid for by, you guessed it, the American taxpayer, and he's only paying 15%. But it doesn't end there. So, you know how he talked about how he's pulling Starlink because the Ukrainian official told him to fuck off? It turns out he actually sent that letter to the Pentagon a month ago. And more likely, the guy told him to fuck off because he's trying to make money off of Starlink and trying to pull it. And it even gets worse. The article, sorry. Because Musk started talking to Putin about a peace deal where Ukraine would basically give up all of the disputed territories. Disputed. Yeah, I'm sure that's not related at all, and he's not trying to plant any sort of poison pill so that he can have some part in ending the war there. By the way, I haven't been able to figure out why the audio gets desynced. I'm working on it. Oh, yeah, billionaires are bad, but Elon Musk is just the most vocal in a long line and long breed of shitty billionaires using their power and influence to absolutely fuck over regular people, including the people in Ukraine and, yes, the citizens of Russia. Now, is he going to get punished for that? Have you met America? Nope. People are just going to keep pretending like this is just a small thing where he just is pulling out because, hey, that guy told him to fuck off, and look, he's going to. When in reality, he was negotiating a peace deal so that he could have leverage to probably build another Tesla factory in Russia or Ukraine.
You can.
So that's part one. And it encouraged somebody to ask me about Flint. So I did. Ask and you shall receive. Our story begins here on July 2018 when Elon Musk tweeted on Twitter to a diver who said that sending his submarine to, I believe it was Thailand, to help save some kids was ill-advised, and that he can take his submarine, which they told him not to send because it would be too big and completely useless, and shove it up his ass. So Elon decided to get on Twitter and call him a pedo. This, of course, was promptly followed up by him making a promise to Flint. What was that promise exactly? I'm going to read it and quote it. Please consider this a commitment that I will fund fixing the water in any house in Flint that has water contamination above FDA levels. No kidding. Always remember that that was the promise. So in 2019, he finally shows up to my poor city, and he arrives by saying, hey, guess what? Ignore everything that I said previously. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to donate a bunch of Chromebooks to middle schoolers, you know, the least populous student body. Yeah. And also the cheapest form of electronics you can give to students. Like Chromebooks are incredibly cheap. Also, I'm going to create an investment deal with Kettering University to develop a filtration system based on ultraviolet rays. Fast forward to 2021, when the filters still had not been installed, and the filters that were previously installed were installed and then uninstalled multiple times because they didn't fucking work. Leading to finally them being installed in February of 2022. What year is it again? Very much a to-be-continued story, but let's remember that the original promise was to fix any piping in the house that had lead-contaminated pipes, and showed that it was over FDA levels. Quickly, citizens of Flint were sending him their water report. Like most things Elon Musk, he was quickly finding a way out of it, wasn't he? In other words, he still has not stood up for what he promised for. Oh, and in case you're wondering, I don't know if I mentioned this, but the filters were not installed in any homes. They were only installed in the elementary schools in Flint. Cool, but not what you promised at all. And if you haven't been keeping track of the updates on the Flint water situation, just so you know, the biggest problem with even after we fix all the piping in the city is that the private houses have not had any of their pipes replaced. Largely because there's a number of issues with private ownership blocking them from doing that. And also, the state of Michigan and the city of Flint won't pay for it because they don't have the money. It means that lead can still leach into the system. Thanks, Elon! Always and forever, I shall go after Elon Musk because more people need to realize he's an idiot who doesn't give a shit about you, nor does he keep any of his promises. I would hazard to ask any Elon stan to name one promise he stood behind. They would go, oh, he did buy Twitter. I was like, yeah, after I can be like, yeah, after he tried to back out of it, he was basically forced into it or lose $44 billion. Oh, that when he was starting to back out of it, they were like, oh, this is a genius play. He's going to make sure that he plays them. And when it's all said and done, he's going to pay less for Twitter. He's going to tank their stock, and he's going to pay less for Twitter, and buy them for what they're actually worth. The initial deal was $44 billion. The final deal was $44 billion. so that he could avoid going into litigation. Yep. It was that was some that sure was some 4D chess there, guys. He saw the entire board. He played them for fools by paying the exact amount he offered, especially when he did tank the stocks, and he knew that he would be forced into paying that money either way. He took it to him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great businessman. Very smart. Very smart. He owns Twitter now? He does. He was forced into it. Twitter forced his hand. Would not let him back out of the deal. He promised to get Grimes pregnant. Promised too. Was that like a public thing? My mistake, 67% built in China and around 60% sold to China. Yeah, karma. Exactly. Alright, let's move on to something less the world is on fire and more just kind of fun. That's how and why he bought it. Yep. Because he tried to back out. Twitter threatened litigation, saying he wasn't upholding his end of the bargain. Mr. Masturbates, thank you for the follow. I've never been so happy to have deleted my Twitter. Nothing's gonna change. Like these idiots who are saying slurs on it and thinks that they're going to be protected, they're going to learn really fucking quick where the priorities lie from Elon Musk. I give it a couple months before they absolutely turn on him. That's a name. It sure is a name. Let me see both your hands, bud. Corin, thank you for the follow. But yeah, Elon Musk, absolute garbage. Absolute garbage.
Lord Freiters gifted a tier 1 sub to Sea Bunny Warrior. They have given 366 gift subs in the channel.
Lord, thank you for gifting a sub to Sea Bunny. Guys, you too can do that. You too can do that at the low, low price of $4.99. That's $5 a month to sub and make a streamer who is struggling financially happier. The only person who consistently does it is Lord. But he is just one person. We can do so much more. Anyways. Yeah. Elon Musk fucking sucks. But yeah, the whole thing, let's see here. So they threatened litigation against him, and he was going to lose because there was a clause in there where he would have to pay like some odd $1 billion in order to get out of the deal. But he didn't want to do that. So he dicked around thinking that he could get a better price, and they held strong and were just like, no, what are you doing? We're going to take you to court, dude. And then he was like, there's bots on there, meaning your interactions are not real. Therefore, your company is worth less. And they were like, dude, we know how much our company is worth. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you should have done that due diligence before you signed the contract. Because that's what you're supposed to do. And he's like, well, I mean, doesn't the bots void your contract? And they were like, no, it literally doesn't. Because you should have found that out before you signed on to us. So he tried to back out. And then everything was coming to a head. He was losing tons of money on fucking Tesla and everything. And he's like, well, shit, I need some good news. So he just went ahead and bought Twitter for the original price he promised. And now he's taken over officially. But yeah, they're in for a real surprise when they wake up and find out he's not going to do any of the things he promised. Is Twitter so big people won't leave, or is this a MySpace, Facebook scenario where everyone will just jump ship? I think a lot of people think that leaving Twitter is going to do something. I disagree. I don't think Twitter is going to change. Like, those idiots are going to be like that for a couple of days. People like companies like General Motors are going to pull out to see what they're going to do and what he's going to do. And when he realizes that he actually does have to continue the moderation, and he might even enforce it harder, he's just going to do that. And all the Nazis that fucking love him and think that, you know, he's going to fight for their free speech will get banned again. That's why I don't think he brings back Trump. It's bad for advertisers. They don't like that. They don't want to be attached to that. We should all tell landlords we can't pay rent because of bots. Yeah. We should just tell landlords we can't pay rent. If enough people leave Twitter, the advertisers will leave Twitter. I don't even think that it's going to necessarily be how many people leave Twitter. It's more of an issue of like Twitter and these companies being synonymous with the actions of people on Twitter. Twitter becomes an absolute fucking hellscape, which a lot of people are predicting it will, and it currently is heading that direction. You put Elon Musk up against the advertisers, he's going to choose the advertisers every single goddamn time. They're the ones that only matter. You know what advertisers want to be connected to? Thousands of edgelord trapping slurs. Yep. I think Twitter is a platform people in our circles use heavily, but it isn't used a ton in other communities or age groups. Yeah, that's true. It's a pretty big town square, though, and it's a good way to interact with famous people. If advertisers leave, more people will join. They will not. They will not. I kind of for it turning into a hellscape just so it screws Elon over. It's debatable how much you would be fucked over by that. Us political masochists love Twitter, but some communities are on Instagram. The Zoomers are more on TikTok. Yeah, I like TikTok, but you can't sit in like an office and watch TikTok, you know? You can with Twitter. You just be on Twitter and scrolling through and watch things. But like TikTok, you need to hear the sound and everything like that, and it's really annoying. Like regular people, I might disagree with that, but want to hear why you think that. What specifically? Less advertising equals less money equals less improvements. Site gets worse, people leave. Don't join, site decays. Yeah. Yeah. They only care about the advertisers. Anyways, let's talk less about the hellscape, and let's make fun of an idiot sovereign citizen who is now going to be in prison for the rest of his life for, you know, driving a car through a Christmas parade. I learned his name is pronounced Darrell Brooks. Now that he has been sentenced, let's go over some of the highlights from his case because it was interesting. He is a sovereign citizen, and if you don't know what that is, have you ever met those people that like sound like they know a lot about the law, but like it's all nonsense and it doesn't make any sense? Like even to your layman ears. Sovereign citizens believe that they are not subject to the laws of the United States per the Federalist Papers. That any court has no jurisdiction over them because they all practice maritime law, and therefore they are allowed to do almost whatever they want and get away with it as far as the law goes, because it does not apply. They did not consent to becoming a citizen in the United States, and they believe that legally they are not, because their name on Social Security cards and licenses are spelled in all capital letters, and because it's spelled in all capital letters, that is not their actual legal name. Most often thing that sovereign citizens are busted for, driving without a license, because they use very stupid interpretations of words by saying things like, I was not driving the vehicle, I was traveling. I just happened to be operating the vehicle at the time. They'll say things like, you know, I'm the individual, I'm the person, I'm the individual known as this. The person known as this is not my name. And they think that just makes them able to not be prosecuted by law. Hey, no, stop. Leave it alone. Leave my guitars alone. I used to work in a court. We used to get the sovereign citizen people occasionally. They're a giant waste of time. Literally all they do is, in smaller jurisdictions, like, some of the judges might get a little confused by it, and they might walk for a minute, and then as they parse it out, they go, wait a minute, this is all bullshit. And then they pick them up and they wind up getting arrested. You can find examples of sovereign citizens walking in, pulling their bullshit, and walking out of the court. But if you follow it up, you'll find out every single time that they got arrested. Because it turned out what they were saying was nonsense. But, you know, for bigger court systems, usually what happens is they just get ignored and the judges just go about their day. And they're just like, I don't give a shit. You're just fucking annoying. Stop talking. Most judges are usually also attorneys who are already well aware of that bullshit. Yeah, most are. There are some that just, like, they weren't aware of sovereign citizens existing, so they get really confused and they're like, wait, is this right? And it's usually because they have right-wing politics and they're trying to parse that out and not recognize that, no, it's nonsense. All of it. Every last bit of it, just bullshit. It never works. It never works. Darrell Brooks is a man who got in a fight with his girlfriend, and then proceeded to drive his car through a parade, killing 6 people and injuring 60. His first day in court for this, he proceeded to fire his public attorney to represent himself and immediately went into the sovereign citizen talking points. And it was a shit show from there. Here's some highlights.
Wanted to raise a legal issue. What's the legal issue?
The legal issue is how is the state allowed to...
You said you wanted to raise a legal issue. What's the legal issue?
The legal issue is how is the state allowed to coach the people?
You're assuming they spoke to them and coached them.
It's obvious. I'm not stupid.
Well, I disagree with that, sir.
We review when Waukesha Parade defendant Darrell Brooks, who represented himself,
That's true,
thought
Riker.
he knew the
Welcome
law,
in, by the way.
but got it so wrong. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. No one said being a lawyer was easy, or maybe I should say trying to be a lawyer is not so easy. And you know who may be thinking about that right now? Darrell Brooks Jr.
Yeah, I believe that's
This is the man
correct,
who was
Lord.
just found guilty of 76 criminal charges for driving a red SUV into a group of holiday parade goers out in Waukesha, Wisconsin back in November of 2021, killing 6 people, injuring dozens of others. This was a defendant who decided to fire his lawyers and actually represent himself. And Despite all of the arguments that he tried to make, none of it worked for him, and the jury found him guilty across the board. So, what we decided to do was to actually go through some of the key moments when Brooks thought that he knew the law, but got it so wrong. And listen, you don't go to 3 years of law school and pass the bar exam for nothing. As an attorney myself, let me tell you, this is a complicated practice,
Oh, by the way, hi,
everybody.
Fears Rain. You're
So,
right on that,
where
too.
to start? I think the best place to start, and you might have guessed it.
Yeah. I don't need a
Subject matter
driver's license because of
jurisdiction.
right to travel.
Can address subject matter jurisdiction?
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Can we address subject matter jurisdiction and still has to be proven for the record?
I decline to do so.
Is that including verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
This is one of the things
it
they
has
do.
yet to be verified or proven.
Mr. Brooks, you keep making that statement, but it's a misstatement of the requirements in the law.
So it doesn't have to be
You are
proven?
going to get a written decision. That's how I'm addressing this. And then I'm going to have the jury brought out and just providing courtesy copies to the parties as I had an opportunity to finalize that over the break.
I accept for value and return for value this document.
Thank you for noting that. All right, bring the jury out. State has its next witness, I presume, ready to go? All right. When the jury's brought out, you may call the witness.
She was endlessly patient with this motherfucker.
Is that verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
The decision in order
yeah.
speaks for itself, sir.
I agree,
It's
Tyler.
a verified proof
Same here.
that you have it.
Sir, I believe it answers your questions.
I don't believe so.
Unequivocally.
There's no verified proof proven yet. There's no verified proof if we're in common law or admiralty law.
Exactly, Lord. Yeah.
What
It
court is
didn't
this?
take them long at all.
Sir, I believe your answers will be in that decision in order.
I don't believe so.
Well, have you read it yet?
I don't have to.
Many times during the course of this trial,
I don't have
Brooks
to read
brought
it.
up the issue of subject matter jurisdiction. Now, this is basically whether a court has the power and
See,
authority
this is more
hear
fun
a
to talk
case.
about.
Now, the reason seemingly he kept bringing this up is because
See, this is a lot more fun to talk about because it's less we're all in hell and everything's going to shit and look at all our world leaders tearing things apart, and more, hey, look at this idiot. Hey, look at this idiot is a pretty fun game to play and very cathartic. So, hey, look at this idiot.
As Brooks identifies as a sovereign citizen, this is someone who doesn't believe that they're under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government, that they're exempt from certain laws. Here is the problem for Darrell Brooks. This is a non-issue. It's a non-issue because all you have
Ruin
to
me
do
for court
is read the
cases.
judge's order on this. First, she explains that the
You talk about the one where the guy where what's his name from Rick and Morty did the voices for that one where the guy was like talking about fucking the judge and everything. Yeah, Justin Roiland. Yeah, Justin Roiland, who has 3 voices to his name. 3. Look up anything he's been a part of. He has 3 voices. Some variation of Morty, some variation of Rick, and some variation of his normal speaking voice. That's it. He either goes high, he goes low, or he stays mid, and it all sounds exactly the same. He's still funny. I'm not downing him. It's just whenever he's tried to venture into anything else, you're just like, he was Lemon Grab in Adventure Time. He was in fact. Which all Lemon Grab is a screecher version of his own voice, which he's also done for a lot of characters in Rick and Morty, and in his video games, and in other shows that he's appeared in. Like Lemon Grab, Mr. Meeseeks, same voice. Tell me I'm wrong.
Wisconsin Constitution says that
Sorry.
Wisconsin circuit courts like this one have jurisdiction over civil or criminal matters within the entire state. And here, a criminal complaint was filed with the court, a preliminary hearing found probable cause against Darrell Brooks, and all of the criminal charges are in fact valid. And his whole point about this being common law or admiralty law makes absolutely no sense. This is a criminal court case. What would have made sense is if he was facing, let's say, federal charges and this was being tried in a state court, then that could be an issue that he could bring up. But that's not happening here. All right. We move on to another time that Brooks thought he knew the law, and that was when he talked about his constitutional right.
Not if I'm not allowed to face my accuser, Your Honor. My accuser in this matter would be the state of Wisconsin. And with all due
I believe your
respect,
Sixth Amendment rights in that regard have been complied with.
I'm requesting a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law on this issue for the grounds that I just stated. It was seen, based on the Sixth Amendment, that I'm not being awarded the chance to face my accuser, which I should be awarded that based on the Sixth Amendment. If I'm not able to face my accuser, then how can a claim even stand? How can a claim be brought against my client if I'm not able to face the accuser?
Okay, so Brooks is actually correct on one hand. The Sixth Amendment does guarantee the accused the right to be confronted with the witnesses against them. And he's also correct that under Wisconsin law, the plaintiff in this case is in fact the state of Wisconsin, as they are bringing the complaint against him. But Darrell Brooks' problem is that his rights are not being violated. He has a right to confront witnesses, but he tried to subpoena the state of Wisconsin to testify, and that is impossible. He can't call the state of Wisconsin to the stand because the state of Wisconsin is an entity. It's not a person. They're not a witness.
Hey, Devil Fur Jackson.
Now, Brooks seemed to argue that, well, okay, the plaintiff is an entity. It's not a person. Remember the sovereign citizen thing? That these charges are somehow invalid. Totally wrong. There was...
Hey, Darrell, you realize that the judge is technically acting as like the state. I mean, there's plenty of representations of the state. They're just trying to figure out what to do with you. The reason why these cases are not left up to the judge. It's left up to the jury. The judge is a representative of the state. The prosecution is usually some form of district attorney, an actor for the state arguing against you. This argument is so fucking stupid. Motherfucker was acting like he was about to call the state bird to the stand, yeah. Like he was just supposed to like put a block of cheese there and just be like, now, sir. The way non-Wiscos say it, Wisconsin is so weird. Y'all say it weird? Wisconsin. What's weird about it?
Wisconsin legislature supports the state.
The place you can buy alcohol on
so
Sunday.
he can cross-examine any of the state's witnesses, but he has no right nor ability to call the state of Wisconsin.
Just not before 9 a.m.
Any questions about that? Now, this actually does lead me into another example of how Brooks got the law wrong, and that's when during his questioning of witnesses, the prosecution would object to what he was asking, and then he would immediately shout out, grounds, grounds, grounds.
Do you even know the state of Wisconsin? Grounds.
Where about are you at, Riker?
Sustained.
It's almost 2 o'clock
also
here.
Fair to state that you are not an injured party in this matter, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Are you aware what a plaintiff is?
Objection relevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Brown.
Okay, first of all, it's sustain, not substain. And second, often during the trial, he would yell grounds multiple times, even as the reason for the objection is stated very clearly by
I
the
got you.
prosecution
You're in
and
New York.
acknowledged
Okay.
by the judge. Third, I should mention, he's under no duty, no legal requirement to yell out grounds every time there's something that happens, every time there's an objection. He doesn't have to do that. He can provide an answer to the state's objection, but he has no obligation to yell out grounds. So if anybody's watching that, you don't do that in a typical trial. And it's up to the judge to determine whether to allow the question or not. And if the judge sustains an objection, she herself is under no obligation to explain her reasoning any further, particularly because a further explanation could actually hurt Brooks's case. In fact, here's Judge Darrow explaining it to Brooks why she won't go further explaining the objections from either the state or Brooks himself.
Have lefties actually never tried to harm politicians? In recent days, for the most part, no. The one who walks through fire. I don't believe this. Well, then prove it. Prove it. Because largely, there haven't been lefties showing up to politicians, right-wing politicians' homes and trying to beat them with a hammer or anything. There's been protesters, and you guys, right-wingers, like to act like that's the same thing. It's not. It's just protesting. You just don't like it because it's your guy. And in the same way, you don't like this because it's your guy. And your guys keep doing shit like this. The real problem in Portland is not the citizens of Portland. It's the fact that they have to defend themselves from right-wingers coming in from outside the city and even the state who come in and harass people in Portland. And it's all right-wingers. Yeah. So, it's up to you to prove that I'm wrong.
To specifically address the repeated request by Mr. Brooks for the court to state the grounds, sir, I am not legally required to do that. Those are legal determinations that if you feel there is an error later on, you can address on appeal if you are
and we're going to get
convicted.
into that.
I have been answering many of them at your request, but I may not do that at all times. In fact, you're asking me to provide that explanation and really highlight for the jury the court's opinion on relevance. That's why we don't state that. There's an objection, a party makes it, states the grounds. Sometimes I ask the opposing party for their position. Sometimes I do not. Many times it's very self-evident. Either the objections are baseless. Many of the hearsay objections are baseless. Your objection to hearsay is it's not hearsay.
That's true. I mean, that's true, Tyler. They always do that because they can never admit, like, they always talk about personal responsibility, but they never admit, like, when they helped cause something. Oh, wait, this guy was a down on his luck QAnoner who believed that vaccinations were sterilizing people, and Democrats are going after your children to steal their penises and make them all infertile, while simultaneously giving abortions to people who can't get pregnant. And it turns out that after all that, oh yeah, and we opened the borders to let murderous illegals in endlessly who are bringing fentanyl and selling it and giving it to our kids. Left-wing protest. Oh, here we go. Left-wing protests have gotten violent in the past, which isn't the same thing, but cases like Rittenhouse got completely muddled to a point where people still assume he just gunned down 3 innocent people, which isn't what happened. No, it is. It absolutely is. And the way that left-wing protests have gotten violent is largely because of the police response. Police response has largely been to command them to disperse, which that they constitutionally cannot do. And when they do not listen to them, which they are protesting the police, they start firing on them, which causes people to have a more negative reaction. It's an escalation. And the police do it on purpose. After the fact, a large amount of the destruction that was found in a lot of the cities that were reporting a large amount of the destruction were found out to be done by the police and right-wing provocateurs, like the Proud Boys. All this proven. But one of them had a gun and tried to shoot him. The person who did so himself admitted this. Yeah. I would say don't bring a gun to a protest. Either way. I've always said that. He shouldn't have done that. That said, when you're a 17-year-old kid and you've been reported waving your gun around at people constantly, and then pretending to be a medic when you didn't actually do any medic work with anybody. You know, several videos of people being like, oh, you know, now you got your camera on, you're not waving your gun at me. You weren't pointing your gun at me. You were a minute ago. Why'd you stop doing that? Is it because we pulled out the cameras and you were going to get caught? Several videos of that. No one ever talks about that. The kid was a violent piece of shit. Videos of him beating the shit out of a girl. People talking about how, yeah, he was incredibly racist. He should not have had a gun. No one should have to have a gun at a protest. No one should have a gun at a protest. Why did somebody have a gun at the protest? Wasn't Rittenhouse and the protesters near a gas station? At that time, I believe so. I believe that's what it was. But again, it's called escalation. If you escalate the situation by showing up with a bunch of your buddies waving around your fucking AR, people are going to have a escalated reaction to it. And if you're getting in people's faces and pointing the gun at them and pretending like that's just something you can do because you're a 17-year-old with a power trip, guess what? That escalates the situation. And you can't be shocked when somebody challenges you on that because they're pissed off and they're sick of you pointing a gun at them. Maybe, I don't know, they had some trouble that happened earlier that day that caused them to already be on edge. And then this dickhead 17-year-old is walking around pointing his gun at people, pointing his AR at people, not actually helping anyone. And you're just like, fuck this guy. Fuck this kid. Everyone's pissed off these people are here because they're not actually helping anyone. They're just encouraging us and trying to be on the side of the cops without saying it. So you get challenged. You're told repeatedly to stop pointing your gun at people. Which if you're pointing a barrel at somebody, if you're pointing your barrel at people and not have your gun constantly down, which you can see multiple times, Rittenhouse has his gun pointed outwards on all those videos. I wonder why people felt threatened by him.
Stop.
The guy got in his face. And you know what Kyle should have did? He should have lowered his gun. He should have apologized. And he should have walked away. No one would have died. After he shot the first guy, anything that happened afterward was a reaction to him being a very obvious and clear threat. So anything that happened to him after the fact is justified by him proving himself to be just the threat that people were reacting to and were getting tired of. So yeah, the court didn't want to hear any of that. The court struck a lot of that evidence from the record. Did not allow the prosecution to present that. The judge was heavily on the side of Rittenhouse. So no. I'm not aware of those videos. Where can I find them? Of people saying he was waving his gun. You really want me to do your homework for you?
New tonight,
I think this
prosecutors
is
in
it.
Kenosha County say they have video of Kyle Rittenhouse from 2 weeks before he shot 3 people last summer. They want to use that video as evidence in his murder trial.
That's the wrong one.
Rittenhouse is in a juvenile facility in Vernon Hills tonight, charged with 2 counts of intentional homicide, 1 count of attempted intentional homicide, along with several weapons violations. Reporter Richie McGinnis interviewed the Antioch teen that night. McGinnis was interviewed by police because he also witnessed one of the shootings.
People are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is to also help people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way.
Independent journalist Richie McGinnis interviewed Kyle Rittenhouse the night police say the 17-year-old Antioch teen killed 2 people in Kenosha.
I don't know exactly what his motivations were. He did tell me that he was there to protect the peace and to provide medical attention.
Are you from the area?
I am from the area.
What brought you out here tonight? You just wanted to provide medical attention?
Provide medical attention to people that need it. If somebody's injured, like you get hurt, I'm grabbing you.
McGinnis is a witness cited in the criminal complaint filed by prosecutors in Kenosha County today.
The way that he was describing what his role was seemed very detached from the way that he was being perceived. And so that's what I mean when I say he seemed very naive.
Did you see him?
Rittenhouse is heard on McGinnis's video saying medical as he walked through the crowd. Tonight, the Wisconsin lieutenant governor reacted to the charges and why Rittenhouse was even in Kenosha.
These armed men who have no connection to even this state. They're guys from our town.
He walked through.
He was being perceived.
I need to find the video.
That's what I mean when I say he seemed very
But
naive.
right here. Right here.
The way that he was being perceived. And so that's what I mean when
I wish they would play the audio from this part. This is the part where these guys are repeatedly telling him, you're really pointing, you're sitting there saying medic, but you're pointing your gun at us. And that guy's got it a video, and all of a sudden he starts dropping it down and starts going, medic, medic. And they're like, oh, okay. Okay, you're going to pretend like you're here to help people when you just got done pointing your gun at us. Where's the gun? Where's his other arm? Medics have actual medical credentials. Yep. No. No. You know not to touch the guitars. How many times I gotta tell you? No. Leave them alone. No. Stop. Stop it. Turn around. Walk away. I already told you no. Walk away. No. Anyways. What was the guy's name?
I say he seemed very naive.
Eli, no.
Rittenhouse is heard on McGinnis's video saying...
McGinnis. Eli, get out of there. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let's see here. This video. This shit's always so hard to find. Hey! What did I tell you? Leave it alone.
Don't cry to me because you got in trouble.
It was an example of left-wing protests being misrepresented. That's why I brought it up. Feel like I'm not really welcome here. I wasn't trying to start anything. Well,
Not step on me.
defending Kyle Rittenhouse is not going to be something that's acceptable in most left-wing chats. I don't know why you would think that that would be cool. Because, yeah, I think he should be in prison for murder. You know, he got off on the cop defense. I felt threatened. I felt my life was in danger. But he's not a cop, is he? And now he's using his fame from that trial where, remember, he killed people. Regardless to whether you think it's murder or not, he's using the fact that he killed people to create some sort of right-wing bona fides and make him a celebrity, which the right wing is all too willing to do. When Michael Rosenbaum shot that Proud Boy, nobody was like, you know, oh, this guy is great and this guy's fantastic. Some people defended the action saying that it was self-defense. I was one of the few lefties that was like, no, it wasn't self-defense any more than it was fucking Kyle Rittenhouse was self-defense. But what followed next for Rosenbaum that didn't happen to Rittenhouse was Rosenbaum was tracked down and murdered by the cops. Rittenhouse got off free. So if you want to talk about any sort of bias here or any sort of like false equivalency or any sort of equivalency
Eli,
at
come
all,
here.
Eli,
Come here.
you have to address that. Same scenario. People died. Shooter. The defense for it, self-defense. And I don't think either was self-defense. But one is dead. The other is a celebrity amongst the right. You tell me about the equivalency. Now, I get it. You probably watched Destiny and he filled your head with all sorts of sweet nothings and left certain points out, and you know, the sort of shit he tried to pull on Sam Cedar, and it didn't fucking work. And you probably ignore that because he's your daddy figure and you like him. And you think he's good at debate. He's not. I get it. You have a daddy figure, you want to back him up. But the reality is that if you're actually going to try to draw some sort of equivalency between the left and the right, and you're going to use Rittenhouse as an example by saying that he was attacked, you better have all the facts. And on top of that, you better be able to recognize equivalency between when it happened to someone on the left and what resulted from it, and what happened when it was someone on the right. One's a fucking celebrity, the other one's dead. Both were celebrated by the right. This isn't hard. All you got to do is let go of any daddy figure issues that you have and look at reality. How did that judge handle that case? How would it have gone on the left? Well, we don't know because he never went to trial because he's fucking dead. Oh, the police said that he had a gun on him, but weirdly enough, there doesn't seem to be any evidence that he had a gun. And also, that's strange. Eyewitnesses say that the police just showed up and started firing. Rosenbaum dead. Rittenhouse alive and a celebrity. If there was ever any proof that Destiny is not on the left, it was the Rittenhouse shit. I'm trying to find the footage. But it's difficult to find. If you can find, I'll lead you in the direction. Richard McGinnis's original unedited footage. Look for it. There. Sorry for setting everybody. You're right. I needed all the facts, which I'll look into it more. Anyways, do you agree Daryl Brooks was in the wrong as well? Yeah. I'm here making fun of the guy. He drove a car through a parade. What makes you think that I would be on his side? He's one of those cases where, you know, I'm all ACAB and I'm all about hating the justice system. But, like, he's a fucking idiot and he did terrible shit. If we had a different justice system, we could react to it differently, but we don't. I live in Wisconsin, so these cases hit close to home. I bet it does. It's just one of those things that really, really annoy me. The Rittenhouse thing gets relitigated and relitigated and relitigated. Wasn't Darrell fleeing from the cops? I think he said he was, but I haven't seen any proof of that. Regardless, that's not a reason to drive through a parade, you know?
So that's why, to me, they're
Anyways, let's get back to
self-evident.
this. This was supposed to be fun.
And we go forward. So you need to be aware, sir, that when you ask for the grounds, you're asking me to state a legal conclusion in front of the jury.
Now, as we've mentioned before, Brooks was highly combative and disruptive with the court. So much so that Judge Darrow had to actually kick Brooks out of court, and he was placed in an adjoining courtroom with a monitor and audio system so he could hear and see and communicate when necessary. And by law, a defendant does have a right to be in court during a criminal trial, but Judge Darrow did have the legal authority to remove Brooks from the court during trial proceedings, at least temporarily, when he was acting up. And anyone who followed this trial will know that the Supreme Court case of Illinois versus Allen was cited multiple times. And something to note here, it is true that that Supreme Court case was about a disruptive defendant who was removed from court, but he was actually represented by appointed counsel who could argue the case while he wasn't there. And I know people will look at that and say, well, then it doesn't apply here because Brooks is also acting as his own defense attorney. I would argue that, let's say you had a disruptive defense attorney, the same thing could happen. That attorney could be kicked out of court. So I don't really think that's a strong argument. But there was one point to talk about, and that is when Brooks got it really wrong. And he got it really wrong when he refused to answer the court's questions about whether he wanted to testify. He just wouldn't respond, and the court interpreted that lack of a response as a forfeiture of his right to testify. So in other words, the court said he gave that right up. He can't testify.
Admittedly, I think it's my pro 2A stance. I was biased towards it because I'm pro 2A, so I kind of just took the facts given to me by pro-gun channels and stuff. I should have researched more. Yeah, probably. I'm not pro 2A. My overall stance on guns is, as things exist now, with the United States being basically a white supremacist terror state, heading towards a theocracy, heading towards theocratic fascism, I understand lefties having guns. I personally don't have a gun because we have mental health issues in my house, but the data has proven over and over again that having a gun in your house, it makes it less safe for even the people who don't use the gun. There's been study after study on this. You know, you're four times more likely to be shot by your own gun than you are to shoot a would-be assailant. You know, you're more likely to use it in a suicide. You're more likely to use it to murder a loved one or a neighbor. Living in a house with a gun makes you less safe. Just living there, not using it, not owning it. So when that's all said and done, when things stop being fucking crazy, maybe we get my perfect socialist state. My view is similar to, I think it's Sweden. Own your gun. You have no access to ammunition. It has to be something used for hunting specifically. When you show up on the day for your hunting, you can use it. You can then get ammunition from the government, and you have to turn it in when you're done. It doesn't leave the hunting grounds or anything. Guns for personal protection is bullshit. It doesn't actually protect. You can find me anecdotes all you want. There's no studies that back it up. So, that's my overall stance on guns, more or less. So, I'll defend lefties having them because they're under threat right now. I mean, look around. But you'll notice that the people who are showing up and actively using it as an offensive measure are not the lefties. Good luck finding an example. You know? The closest anyone ever had was that kid in Dayton. And that was easily dispelled. That dude didn't believe in anything. Like, he was considered part of the grindcore scene, and people from that scene were like, no, that dude was just a crazy asshole. That guy sucked. They're like, oh, but he said he supported Birdie. Like, yeah, but he would also say like edgy shit and talk about how he's just doing shit like that to gain attention. Yeah. Who knew that right-wingers and lib outlets use shock value to get people to read them? Yeah, true. I know more people who have killed themselves or someone else accidentally than in some kind of 2A dream of self-defense or stopping crime. Yeah. Mentioned two-party system being part of the checks and balances against power. Another one is 300 million well-armed protesters. If the people in power go too far. That said, I don't think one person should be able to mow down a mall of people. Better restriction makes sense to me. But the thing is, that doesn't happen, does it? Like, this idea of, you know, the public having the guns and therefore they're going to be able to fight against the government. That's a joke. That's an absolute joke. It would take me too long to find it. A great TikTok from a veteran, you know, a left-wing veteran, dispelled all this belief that like having a fucking pea shooter is going to do a goddamn thing against the federal government. Like, it was in response to somebody pointing out that like you're not going to be able to fight them because they have drones, which is a thing that I constantly point out. But he made an even better point. They won't need to lift a finger to shoot at you. They won't need to even bust out the drone program. You're in their land. Most wars are won by logistics. Eli, no. No. Most wars are won by logistics. All they have to do is close off your access to water and food. They can deactivate all your bank accounts. So those people who want to fight that revolution, they're just going to starve to death or die of thirst. They don't have to do a fucking thing to blow up anything or fire one bullet. They just gotta wait it out. Oh, they'll hunt on the land. Whose land? Whose land are they gonna hunt on? Not the government's land. Hey, leave it alone. No. Hey. What did I tell you? Leave that alone too. No. 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 Just play with your toys. You have so many toys. Isn't that kind of what's happening in Russia, Ukraine right now? What do you mean? Yeah, a bunch of 2A cosplayers and retired vets wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah. No. Stop. No, leave the TV. Leave the TV alone. It's not a touch screen. All you're doing is leaving fingerprints on it, and you're hitting it and going to break it. like hunger, starvation, and cutting off access to funds and food and water. I don't think so. I think that might be part of it. A lot of that goes on, but like, remember, Russia's the invading force, so it's difficult for them to do much as far as the logistics because that's not their land to have access to in the first place. They would already have like stuff coming in. Maybe they're like doing something to stop their like I'm not well studied in everything that's going on in Ukraine. I'll admit that. So I think it's debatable. If you saw something that said that, I would take it at face value. I'm like, yeah, okay. All right. Let's stop being fun. We're just gonna talk about the Pelosi thing, and then I got to get going. Eli, leave it alone. I have many neighbors. I'm surrounded by food. Yeah, busy, and poor. Eli, stop. I'm a gay man who struggled with depression and mental health issues, which I overcame. I own a gun because I fear extremism from everyone in the modern day climate. Why do you... What...
Stop it.
Why do you fear the left? Why do you think you have anything to fear from the left? This is what I mean when I say,
Come
like,
on.
listening to Destiny.
Come, Eli.
Bad. Hey.
Big whoop. Wanna fight about it?
Ienza 628 gifted a tier 1 sub to Leo_sick.
Go. Enzo, thank you for gifting a sub to Leah. Appreciate that. So, I'm going to make that point in here as to why it's silly. Because like what I was saying is the whole Destiny thing. The minute I knew Destiny was somebody who we should stop listening to, anti-gay extremism, I don't fear the left specifically. I fear everyone because extremism has wrapped up on from both sides. No, it hasn't. On what are you talking about? Both sides. There's Nazi groups and there's tankies. What tankies have done anything? You're talking about people like Haas and people like that? I got news for you. The reason why they sound like Republicans, the reason why they sound like conservatives, is because they're not actually on the left. Like, it's funny, those tankies who pretend to be on the left, they seem to be very apologetic towards billionaires, and they don't actually want to get rid of capitalism. And they seem very selective in what they view as imperialism. Almost like they're right-wingers. They'll say, you know, oh, no, Marxism doesn't teach you that private ownership is bad and to get rid of private ownership. Not at all. Actually, it does. I mean, do you think no one on the left is capable of violence? Capable of violence? Absolutely. But acting on it? No. Anyone is capable of violence. You're capable of violence. See? This is what I talk about with the danger of listening to Destiny. He started that whole thing where he was like, you know, oh, I look at the left on here, and they sound exactly like the alt-right. No, we didn't. Because inherent in the threats coming from the alt-right is the fact that throughout history they've acted on said violence. The actions of the left is normally because of defense. against violence perpetuated against them. Left doesn't want to hurt people. Left doesn't want to fight people. It's antithetical to the left to go around just killing people. And Nazi groups are right-wing too. Like I said, things that you call tankies are just right-wingers in disguise, and not even very good ones. The left wants to uplift everyone, even our enemies and people we disagree with. Yep. Yep. Why we talk so much about material conditions. Why we fight each other so much on platforming and whether or not debates are good or things like that. Because, like, ultimately we want to reach people and we want to let even the people that don't agree with us know that they will have a better life. So, like, when Destiny provided that false equivalency saying that the left in this country was mimicking the alt-right, the problem is the alt-right had a pile of bodies underneath them and the left had fucking nothing but, like, edgy jokes about landlords. Show me a landlord that's been killed by lefties. If ever there was going to be a time for that to happen, it would be during this housing crisis, wouldn't it? Instead, if there's any action at all, it's usually people standing against people being kicked out of their homes. Perhaps that's a dumb question, but I feel like you're essentially saying that no one that's engaged of political violence is left-wing, which I'm sure that's not what you're saying, but it seems like that. What about rioting and stuff like that? I'm sure it's over-exaggerated by the right, but even so, it has to happen to some extent. Now you're talking about violence against private property? Do you consider that violence? Because I was talking about people. You know, it's very interesting. A lot of people like to talk about those protests, and they like to talk about all the violence that happened there, and all of it happens to be against buildings. When that police station in Minnesota burned down, you notice that no one was injured in that? No one died? Because they made sure the building was evacuated before they lit it on fire. I don't give a shit about that property. In that instance, burning down that police station was a symbol. It wasn't violence. No one was harmed in that. Looting a fucking Target? No one was harmed in that. That's the type of shit that I'm talking about. The people who draw an equivalency between punching Richard Spencer and fucking this guy showing up to the Pelosi's home trying to murder her husband because he thinks that he's surviving off of adrenochrome stolen from children. There's no real equivalency there. By no means would I say that everyone on the left is incapable of violence, incapable of killing somebody. Absolutely they are. I brought up Michael Rosenbaum earlier. He killed people. I also didn't defend him. I didn't create some conspiracy theory around him. I delivered the whole truth. He was murdered by the cops. Even Trump remarked on it and said something sounding like he was the one that ordered him to be shot and killed. Whether he did or not, we may never know. But he sure as hell talked like he was. And it was sure as hell was at the same time that we know no conspiracy theory We know this was happening. That unmarked vehicles with agents without any badges or anything from DHS were showing up in Portland and snatching people off the street that were suspected of being at the protests and trying to prosecute them, only to find out that those arrests were illegal and forcing them to let them go. If you can find an example of that on the left, by all means. This is why it's important to understand power structures. You don't have anything to fear from people on the left. You're accepted. We want everyone to be accepted for who they are. But this idea that you need to protect yourself from the left when the left is the people trying to protect you is a joke. Every single time, you know, they talk about how Antifa was there. Oh, Antifa was there. What were they there doing? 9 times out of 10, you want to look at it, it's people from their community who showed up to protect the other people in that community who could not defend themselves. Does that sound like the same thing that the fucking Proud Boys do when they show up to a random city to harass a fucking drag show? Does that sound like the same thing? I forget where it was. There was that drag show that was going on that all those right-wingers showed up to. And you know the only reason why those fuckers weren't in there beating up all the gay people and all the trans people who were inside that building? Oh, right. It was because Antifa showed up. The left showed up from said community and protected them. Antifa is almost always a defensive action. It's almost always people in said community. And the fascists who show up to harm people in that community are usually not from that community. But political motivations aside, a protest can always get out of hand, and especially if someone is drunk and others get rowdy. Yeah, look at all the shit that happens after sports teams win a championship. We might have to get to the Pelosi shit tomorrow because I'm out of time. But I was going to use it to make a point about this very thing. This false equivalency. In Colorado, they come all the way from Wyoming. Yep. When that fucking U-Haul was busted on its way to a pride parade. And I think it was Idaho. Do you want to know what they found out when they looked all the people up? I think it was only like 3 of them were from Idaho. Only 3 of them. And they weren't even from that city in Idaho. The false equivalency about the left being something to fear just as much as the right is a joke. And it came from someone who just wants to not have to pay taxes. He wants to pay less in taxes. That's all it is. Want to know Destiny's motivation? It's that. To make as much money as he can. That's why he won't commit to the left. Look at Philly for those examples. Yep. Over and over again. You know, it's also funny. It's very weird. Like, there was all that shit that happened on January 6th that I'm sure you would agree with is bad. And obviously, you know, yes, this was a terrorist attack. This was an attempted coup by right-wing individuals. You'll admit that. And then you'll simultaneously say, you know, well, we can't say ACAB because it's not all the police. The police are there to protect you. Do yourself a favor and you get a little web search into how many of the people who charged into the Capitol were cops in other cities. And tell me it's not all cops. Cops notoriously vote for right-wingers. Good. That's at least one there. That's at least one. Like, I get real fucking frustrated with the number of the things that we on the supposed left do. Like, catering to right-wingers. We gotta encase everything in a right-wing bubble to appeal to them. And it doesn't work. We gotta play optics games. That never fucking work. They're gonna say what they want about us. It doesn't matter how our messaging is or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. We're always going to be seen as more of a threat because the policies we want don't actually harm anyone. It just makes it so rich people aren't as rich. And poor people are not as poor. Hey, Juiced. Good to see you. I don't think all cops are bad, but they enforce a certain mindset and narrative. Usually they are pretty culty. All of them. All of them. All. I remember there was a case where a female cop arrested another cop for speeding, and she was harassed by other cops for that, for going against the cop coalition for some shit. Yep. And I guarantee she was never a cop again. Look up LASD gangs. You already know all the, you probably have it stored, all the stories that make the news about all the black people killed, without realizing that the only reason people know about those is because either they were caught on video or enough people talked about it and eventually the news was forced to talk about it. You don't hear about the ones that the news doesn't talk about. Did you know my city of Flint, Michigan has been, for the past 2 years, in a state of emergency for gun violence? We invest a lot in the police. It's almost like the problem isn't that. Simultaneously, we're also, ever since 2017, the poorest city in the country. The problem ain't the left, and it ain't about, you know, drawing false equivalencies over the left and the right regarding violence. If the equivalencies were there, the pile of dead bodies would be near each other on both sides. They're not. They're not. Any cholera outbreaks there yet? No. I don't cater my language to win the right over. I don't do that because I get tired of it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. A lot of times those people who supposedly get de-radicalized still hold very right-wing views. They just have catered it in prettier language. They play the optics game. If optics worked, the left would have been in power a lot longer ago. But we don't have any power in this country. The best we got is Joe Biden and what, 10, 15 people in the House.
_carrot.
So do you not believe people are capable of change, or just that when it comes to politics, people will present masks like they have often? I think people are capable of change. I absolutely do. I welcome change. It's real change, though. And Gritty, thank you for the $4.20. I really appreciate that dono. And if anybody else can dono, that'd be great. But like, change can't be softening your language. Change has to be a recognition, a full self-examination of yourself. Good example of that is myself. I used to be a shit lib. Back in 2009, I didn't think I wanted fucking universal health care. Because I was like, I don't know if I want the government in control of that. Because I know how corrupt they are. Now I'm a socialist. I stuck around. I learned things. I was open-minded. I was self-examinatory. I looked around myself and I looked at what results happen from neoliberal policies taking over this country. I'm in the perfect spot to become a socialist, because everywhere I fucking look, I see a failure of capitalism. Whether it's the semi-abandoned house across the street from me, or the one just down the road, or the one the other way, or the one that's finally being torn down that's next to another one, or the one around the corner from me where a fucking hooker was killed and left for days, and they never found the person who killed him. We have the water crisis that everyone knows about, but they don't know fuck all about our crime issues. They don't know fuck all about our poverty issues. They don't know fuck all about our issues with blight. To quote my cousin talking to Bernie Sanders, we have a water crisis now, but that is not our only problem, and it hasn't been our problem since the 80s. Poverty is the problem. Blight is basically homes and properties that are completely abandoned, completely unlivable, but private owners continue to hold on to them and refuse to allow new builds on there. The city of Flint have been trying to fight that for decades, and they refuse to sell, and these people collect off the property taxes. They collect off the interest of owning these assets. But yeah, that's where I get super fucking annoyed. I got 7 ads, so I didn't hear it, but I'll just watch the past broadcast later. Yeah, simply put, I do believe people can change, but it can't be, you know, a simple, well, maybe I'm more for this, but you got to reason with me and blah blah blah, and what about my taxes and blah 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 blah. Terrorist attack here in South Africa. Nothing has happened. There are speculations, though, that the U.S. Embassy has sent an alert to not follow for the Pride Walk to happen, which was going to happen by the area. What's a Pride Walk in that instance? Which at the same time, I gotta find somebody to raid because I've got to get going. I haven't eaten lunch. and it is late. But yeah, come by tomorrow. If you can come by earlier, that'd be great. I usually start around like 9-10 Eastern Standard Time. Who do we want to raid? We could do Lumi. Let's do Lumi. I can't remember the last time I raided them. What about Snowifer? She's an art streamer. It's where the gay community gather and walk together. Oh, okay, okay. I got you. Oh, okay. So like kind of like pride parades in the US. Okay. I didn't know if it was something different. You know what I mean? I thought it was something to like honor the people killed or something like that. Anyways, we'll do more of this tomorrow. You said Snowifier. Snowifer. Okay. All right. We're going to raid Snowifer, art streamer. Hey, I appreciate you guys being here. Come by tomorrow. No Eli, just me being able to concentrate and not, fighting my ADHD tendencies. And we'll cover the Pelosi shit finally. And we'll talk about violence on the left, what that means. But in the meantime, why not follow me on social media? And if you're one of the wonderful people who are sub to the channel, which tomorrow will be the last day that you can become sub to the channel for the month, why not copy that and post it in Snowifer's chat? It's a cool message. People have a lot of fun with it. And, it makes me look like a bigger streamer than I am. So, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Amazing. That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing. 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 That is amazing. 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 Isn't that amazing? That is amazing.
He shows up in the water in Minecraft.
Uh-huh.